Mic check. Good morning and happy Tuesday to each and every one of you, wherever you are, however you may be listening. Thanks for making us part of your day. Let me adjust this camera a little bit. I moved my chair. I moved my screens around the other day, and I haven't gotten used to the placement yet. There we go. Good to see everybody. Good to be seen. How's the microphone sound? Does it sound okay? I messed around with a couple settings, and I hope I didn't break anything. Sorry if the mic sounds weird today. I don't know how to test it, so... Microphone sound good? What do I think about Brock Purdy's contract? I don't know. It's probably good. Probably good. I'm glad that we didn't have to pay him like insane amounts of money. The hat color is navy. It's a navy blue hat today. So there you go. Very professional sounding. Thank you. Thank you. Let's talk about me being late today. It wasn't my fault. It was Jen's fault. And I don't care, but I want it on the record so that I don't get yelled at that it was entirely Jen's fault this morning. I was ready to go. And this is Jen's fault. How is this hat not navy? Hi, Jen. You want to set the records? There we go.
I own it. So.
Folks don't want to believe it.
I mean, so I just realized. So I was finishing up the thumbnail that I posted. And I just realized it was too large, so I didn't move all the way. But yeah, so I was finishing.
Too large. What was it, like 3 to 4 inches?
Yeah, it's pretty much. It was.
Call that a callback in the biz.
I mean, it was a really large file. So the whole 3 to 4. I mean, it gets every time. So, but yeah, that was.
Good morning. Why don't you do some announcements while you're here?
Fuck, I don't have that thing up right this minute.
You have it written down? You have written down like what the announcements are?
Does that surprise you?
No, not at all. I'm surprised it's not on it is on a spreadsheet, isn't it?
It's on a Google Doc. I have a spreadsheet for how I track the donations each day.
Gotcha. I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen the spreadsheet.
I mean, how would I not keep things in order if I didn't have... Yeah, I have my, that's how I say it so well, because I remember everything.
Oh.
So yeah. But anyway, so it looks like we've got about, we're starting out, we're not huge, but not 3 to 4 inches, but we're for numbers wise. Anyways, we're getting going. Top left-hand corner, you need to update the gift goal from yesterday.
I see that. My bad.
So not everybody's having an off morning or day.
This is an everyday occurrence for me. This is actually me at my best.
True.
We're doing great.
But yeah, so top left hand corner, Peapod is going to correct the total. So Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats all go towards knocking out that gift goal. We are crowdfunded. So before the incels get here and start screaming in all of the comments, if you guys could help knock that goal down by the end of the show. We wrap up at 1 Pacific time each day. If you haven't already subscribed, please do so. If you guys are opposition, if you guys are opposite early, you can DM me on Discord. My Discord username is JenDub1, the same as the Venmo username. And check out our link tree in our bio because we're on most social media platforms and Cameo and Spotify. So yeah, there's all that.
Well done. I haven't said anything. We're already restricted on TikTok.
And it might be the V,
the
V and the C and the P.
I'm sure it is. Oil painted. It's I don't know the answer to that question. It was between like 115 and 120 back, but I haven't tested it in a while. It's probably less than that now.
So due to personal reasons, I'll be saying I and arg instead of yes and no from now on.
Okay.
Please respect my piracy at this time.
Stupid. That was so stupid.
Well, I have to go find new jokes. Like I put down I do have another joke list too. Fun fact. And so I'm at my shitty end of the jokes. So
that wasn't. Yeah, I liked that one.
It was all right. All right.
Thanks, Jen. All right, everybody. We'll jump into it. I've got a lot to cover today. We're going to talk, obviously, probably most of the show about Iran and Israel. We may have some people show up to try and debate. We'll see. I've got some clips from Pete Hegseth, from Scott Bessent, and if we run out of stuff to cover, I have the weirdest debate ever. It's Matt Walsh and Jillian Michaels, and Matt Walsh in front of Jillian Michaels is like stumbling over why she shouldn't be allowed to get married as a gay woman. So we may get to that, we may not. I'm not really sure, but we'll get there. First, I want to just say this. I think that I think right now is like a time where a lot of us feel like we're not really sure what we can do. We're coming off the heels of the No Kings protest. People want to be engaged. People are engaged. Sometimes it's hard to know if like what you're doing is a benefit or if it's the right thing. There's a million things to focus on, especially with this administration. Like literally every day, there's something that comes out that like you probably should care about. The fact that we probably won't talk about ICE today is proof of that. Like any other administration, it would just be ICE for like 6 months, but not the Trump administration, not MAGA. Like it has to be just constant chaos all the time. And I thought, although I'm not a huge fan of Elise Slotkin, I thought she had some pretty good advice. She went on with onto the Daily Show, and she gave some pretty good advice here. I liked it.
You said, don't tune out. It's easy to be exhausted, but America needs you now more than ever. Pick one issue you're passionate about and engage. And doom scrolling doesn't count. Yeah. The reason that connected with me was it feels so overwhelming. What do I respond to? What can I do? But the pick one issue is a nice action plan.
Yeah. I think part of what I worked on in this kind of war plan is if you're an activated person and you want to do something, do one of two things. Either go deep, particularly on an issue of democracy and corruption, because every single day he is threatening our democracy, and he is like milking the cow of America as like a full-time job, right? Yep. Or go deep on the things that really affect people's pocketbooks, right? So the economy, Social Security, healthcare, VA benefits. Yeah. So one of those two categories are, to me, the place where people should go deep, and you can't tune out. It feels comforting to stop reading the news and not be engaged. But I will just tell you, as I'm the youngest Democratic female senator right now, and I wouldn't be here. Yeah.
I think the important part about that advice is that you see this sometimes, like especially like on our side. Sometimes you'll see like people talking about a specific issue that means a lot to them or that it just interests them. And there'll be somebody, like this happens in lives all the time. Somebody will come in and they'll just be like, hey, are we really going to talk about this? There's more important things to talk about. And then they center whatever their topic might be. I think that we do that a lot. Importantly, though, like do what you can do. Do something that you can have an impact with. Do something that like affects you. Do something that affects your friends. Do something that the people around you care about. Focus on those things. I don't think there's any like wrong thing to focus on right now.
I just have to say, like, if previous generations had given up and been like, it's really hard right now. Like, think of the women who fought for 100 years to allow me to get to this spot. Like, we don't have the right to tune out when previous generations fought and fought and fought.
Yeah, I thought that was good advice. And I think that that's good something that all of us can take. However you can like be engaged and still live a life. However you can be engaged and like still function, do that. But now's not really a time where any of us can feel comfortable just saying nothing. I think Americans are getting like a little worn out, honestly. I've had a cue the fuck text fuck text in the chat, but I've had some good conversations with Tex. I think Tex represents a segment of people in this country, and he's worn out. Like Trump wears you out. Defending him wears you out. And you'll wear out MAGA. You'll wear them out, hitting them with these stories day after day after day. Especially something like this. Especially something like involving ourselves in another war. That affects all Americans. That covers every political party, every political opinion. Like I don't think Americans want to go to war. I don't know if we're like the war culture. I don't know if we're that tough. I don't know if we're that loyal. I think it's such a divided country. Who would feel like excited to go to war for America? Who would feel excited or who would trust the leaders of this country to send them to war? I wouldn't trust the leaders of the country to send me to war right now. I wouldn't trust anything that they say right now. And I wouldn't have, frankly, I don't know how different this would have been in terms of Iraq and Israel if it would have been Harris or Biden. I think it would have been a little bit different. But we have a reality in this country that we have to address right now, that there's far too many people, and this on both sides of the aisle, who are comfortable with just killing innocent people. And it seems to be like those who are most comfortable. Those who sit in positions of like privilege that are like, you know what, it doesn't really affect me, but it could affect me. And if you even convince me a little bit that Iran could affect me, fuck it, we'll destroy Iran, just nuke them. If I even feel a little bit uncomfortable, and it feels like that's like the point that we're at, is that there are people in this country who are very comfortable, who have lived their life or sit in a position of privilege where nothing really affects them. Literally nothing. Like stock market doesn't really affect them. Cost of goods doesn't really affect them. Education doesn't really affect them. Like all the stuff that we normally talk about that affect everyday people, it doesn't really affect these people. And so those people's biggest fear is that something at some point will affect them. So if you start telling them that, oh, Iran, if we don't take out Iran, Iran's going to show up in the United States and they're going to come after you, then those people are like, fuck it, nuke them. And I think that's the battle that we're going to have to fight internally, at least the battle of rhetoric, is that there are going to be a lot of people who are comfortable with saying, fuck it, let's send some people to war, let's send our troops into harm's way, let's go kill some Iranians, and all so that I can feel just like slightly more comfortable. I was made a little bit uncomfortable by Fox News today when I turned it on, and so now I've got to go bomb some Iranians to feel better. This was a call from a Democrat to Jake Tapper yesterday on C-SPAN. I don't know why Jake Tapper is still going on interviews. I don't care that Jake Tapper reported on Joe Biden. I don't care that anybody reported on Joe Biden's health. I do think that Jake Tapper spending the amount of time he has promoting his book about Joe Biden while he's also like simultaneously on the news trying to be like, hey, I'm the person you go to for breaking news. I'm the person you go to for factual reporting. It was bad timing. And because he has an obligation to promote his book, he's been out promoting his book. But it just seems so petty and so silly right now. Like with everything else going on, who honestly gives a fuck that some people in the Biden administration were hesitant to send him to certain press conferences? That's not a big story. Like in the amount, with the amount of stories that we have out there right now, that's not that big of a story. So we could calm down a little bit about the Joe Biden stuff. This C-SPAN caller, I don't know who she is. God bless her. She lets Jake Tapper have it, and I'm here for it. Here it is for you.
But right now, I really don't like you. I think you're doing a disservice to Joe and also to the American people. When are you going to examine, what is going on with Trump? Joe Biden conducted himself for 4 years taking care of the United States. He took meetings. He went overseas. He negotiated with other leaders. This president has been pure chaos, which indicates to me that there is something wrong with him. We will never get a straight answer on his medical examinations, what medication he is on. And yet you have gone after Joe Biden with a vengeance that I'm very disappointed in you. I enjoy watching your show, but not anymore. And I think right now you ought to start writing another book examining Trump and how erratic and what he is doing, calling out the National Guard, the Marines, and everybody. When has a president ever done that? It's pure erratic.
Okay, Sarah, there in
It's a fair point. It is a fair point. Again, whatever Jake Tapper, whatever you think about his book, I tried to listen to it. It doesn't resonate with me. I don't really care. I don't think it's the scandal that MAGA wanted it to be. Yeah, there were people around Biden who were very protective of him and who limited his exposure. And that exposure was due to, like, Biden wasn't very good with new stuff. Like, if you gave him something new, something he didn't understand, he was pretty tough to listen to. You go back, you can watch the interviews, and you can see the difference between when, like, Joe Biden had a grasp on an issue versus when Joe Biden didn't have a grasp on an issue, and it was pretty obvious. One of the places, though, that Joe Biden always excelled were places like yesterday at the G7. Whenever he got talking foreign policy, he was great at foreign policy. This is actually a place Biden would have done well. And Trump, for whatever you want to say about Trump, are we ever going to talk about his health issues? That test he brags about all the time, where he named 6 things in a row. I don't even remember what was it, like book, bicycle, car, truck, whatever it was. That's a test that people make you take if they think you have dementia, like if you're showing signs of dementia. Are we going to talk about that? Are we going to talk about the fact that there's no fucking way that a bullet hit his ear? There's just no fucking way. They've done test after test after test. They've shown it like that wasn't a bullet, but they still tell you it's a bullet. Are we going to talk about the UFC fight when he clearly has in a catheter? He clearly has in a colostomy bag. He's clearly been wearing a diaper forever. Cognitively, he's clearly not there. He's regularly slurring his words. His posture is slumped. He's not making sense. He's not remembering things that he said the day previously. I think what she's saying is fair. Like, it would be one thing if we didn't treat Donald Trump differently than we treat every other politician who has ever lived. Every other politician gets, like, examined in the same way, but not Trump. Like, I've used this before, but Trump, we legitimately, because he is a toddler, we treat him like a toddler. When he throws a tantrum, MAGA and the news is like, be careful. Be careful, you could make this tantrum worse. When he says something insane, it's like, oh, that's just Trump. He just speaks his mind. That's the problem. He speaks his mind. So the crazy shit that he's saying, those things are happening in here first, and then they come out here. And people are like, oh, no, it just came out here. It's not happening up here. It's chaos up here. It's a clusterfuck up here. He can't keep anything straight up here. He's clearly the most cognitively limited president we've ever had. And from the start, before he even turned, he just turned 80? Is he 80 now? Is he 79? How old is he? Did he just turn 80? Even before that, it wasn't going great. Before that, he spoke at a 4th grade level. It's not like this dude was killing it before. But now he's at a 1st grade level, and we're like, oh, it's fine. Don't bring it up, or he'll get very mad and throw a tantrum. I think with, like, that's her frustration. I'm not going to give you Tapper's response because I don't really care. But I think all of us were, whoever that lady was. 79, he just turned 79. Thank you. I saw 79 the other day, and I wasn't sure if he had just turned 79 or if he was turning 80. This is pretty cool. Shout out to our courts. A federal judge who was appointed by Ronald Reagan has ruled on Trump's grants to the National Institutes of Health. And here's what he had to say. He said, let me put this up in tweet form. He said, I am hesitant to draw this conclusion, but I have an unflinching obligation to draw it, that this represents racial discrimination, said District of Massachusetts Judge William Young, and discrimination against America's LGBTQ community. That's what this is. I would be blind not to call it out. My duty is to call it out. Many of these cuts obviously were aimed at diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, which the MAGA movement has condemned as woke. In practice, the Trump administration is entrenching discrimination against people of color and the LGBTQ community. Red meat for the white nationalists and the Christian nationalists who helped elect him. I think that's so important. Like, this was Occupy Democrats who put this out, but I do think it's important, and I don't know that we've ever framed it correctly. I know certainly I have not framed this correctly. When you say something is woke, so you ban it, whether you believe that or whether you don't believe it, where on our side, we're like, first of all, you're defining woke wrong, but it doesn't really matter what your beliefs are. If effectively you are stripping the rights or the opportunities to people based on their gender, their sex, their sexuality, their race, their ethnicity, their religion, whatever it might be. It doesn't matter if you think it's bad or good. Our court's job is to rule, are you being discriminatory? And this court, again, a Reagan-appointed judge said, I have no choice here. It's discriminatory. It absolutely targets certain people. And I think this is the part, hey, good to see you, Shuckett. Here's the part where you sound like a bigot. You have two choices. But you either just say, yes, we want legalized bigotry, because it's no longer like, oh, I can say that I don't agree with gay marriage, or I can say that I don't agree that trans people exist. You're allowed to say all of that shit. But what you're not allowed to do is discriminate. And what makes you different, MAGA, than historical discrimination of any group that was targeted because of their identity? What's the difference here? That's what this judge is saying. Judge Young condemned the administration's racist agenda and stated that it's palpably clear that the grant terminations were designed to frustrate, to stop research that may bear on the health. We're talking about health here, the health of Americans, our LGBTQ community. That's appalling, he added, stating that he'd never seen a record where racial discrimination was so palpable. I've sat on this bench now for 40 years. I've never seen government racial discrimination like this. I ask myself, how can this be? Judge Young said that he is constitutionally protected in speaking out against the discrimination, but wondered if he would have stood against all of this if those protections weren't in place. Would I have said you can't do this? You're bearing down on people of color because of their color, said Young. The Constitution will not permit that, he said. How have we fallen so low? Have we no shame? And I do think that that's incredibly important. I do think sometimes it's important to win the argument, right? I think that there's a place for debate specifically on, like, how many more times am I going to get flagged by TikTok? I think there's a time and a place, or I guess not a time and a place. I think there is utility in having the debate scientifically about all of these issues. But at the end of the day, it boils down to which party is willing to withhold rights from people based on their identity. And there's only one party that is willing to withhold rights based on identity. For all this stuff about fascism, I love that the right's like, oh, you guys wanted to mask up. See, you're fascist. That wasn't an ideology, right? Like, science is not an ideology. You guys turned it, and you turned to anti-science into your ideology so that you could play victim, because it's what you do. But it's not discrimination against an ideology. It's not discrimination at all, by the way. But this type of shit, it's good to see Republican judges standing up and calling it what it is. It's discrimination based on ideology. You have no idea what's coming. Buckle up, Buttercup. All right. What's that supposed to mean? What's that supposed to mean? What are we buckling up for? What's this thing we're buckling up for? Are you white? We got white nationalists in the chat here today? Tell us what we're buckling up for. Jesus Christ is coming back to claim Israel and the world. Shut up. That's so stupid. Get your popcorn? These are just veiled? Is what you're going with, Keyston? I'm just going to say veiled things. These are veiled, empty threats it's just a dumb, okay, so it's just a dumb person. All right, got it. I don't really know, but I don't have an answer for anything that you're saying, so I'm just going to issue veiled threats. In 2 weeks. There we go, Jen. Yeah, it'll be here in 2 weeks. Buckle up. I don't know if they're flirting with me or not. God, like, it's getting dumber, though, right? I think most of the sensible conservatives are just like, they're just quiet now, or they're openly saying that this is fascism, and then we just have like what's left of the conservatives is just the dumb ones, and they're here in the chat today, and it's good to have all you dummies in the chat today. Thanks for being here. Give us something to laugh about while we cover all this. Valerie said, good morning. Good morning to you also, Valerie. As a reminder, like Jen said before we got going, we are crowdfunded, so you can see the different ways to donate. I'll read anything you say. Illusion said, stay activated, milk the cow of America. Moo. It's a weird way to say it. All right, moving on here. Did I miss any? I don't think so. Trevor Noah had an interesting thought. Trevor Noah, as many of you may know, he's from South Africa. His book, what is his book called? It's one of the best books I've ever read. I'm gonna recommend it here. I can't remember what it's called. Born a Crime. It's an incredible book. If you ever you might hate Trevor Noah because he's liberal, but if you can't appreciate what Trevor Noah went through in his childhood to become the person that he is, go read that book. First of all, it's a good feel good story, but it is like his childhood was just like heartbreak after heartbreak after heartbreak. Here's him talking about some of his South African brothers and sisters.
That's one of the biggest things I try and explain to people about Elon Musk, Peter Thiel to a lesser extent, but still the boys who came from South Africa.
Oh God, that's right.
Yeah, they've all been touched.
What is this? If any of you haven't woken up yet, RTP likely receives funds from the CCP. He denies Taiwan is an independent country. Have we ever talked about Taiwan ever on this show? Have we ever done that? CCP, if you're listening, you know that trip that you gave I Show Speed? Happy to come visit China. Happy to film it too. Happy to share with the audience how things are going in China. CCP, if you'd like to drop a sponsorship, hit us up. We're cool with that. Why are you afraid of the CCP, you silly little bitch? Why are you afraid? RDP sees funds from the CCP. Okay. What are you afraid of? Why are you afraid of the CCP? What'd they do to you? They're talking, the CCP, if you don't know this about the CCP, they take taxpayer funds and they use those funds to better the lives of the people of China. They're building infrastructure. They're building renewable energy. They're investing in business. And their economy is growing faster than ours. And they're ending their reliance on America. All right. Cool. I don't even know, nobody's even afraid of that. When you wrote that, nobody saw that and was like, oh, fuck. He is? Nobody, that doesn't even work anymore. Not one person saw your message and was like, oh, no. Oh, no, I didn't know that he was. First of all, I'm not. We're not funded at all, which sucks because it's a lot of work. And we would love to, ask Jen, we would love to be funded by somebody outside of our generous guests and viewers, which thank you guys so much. Literally, when you see our taxes, it's just going to be the people who watch this show funding us. That's the only place we get money. We don't have ads. Full disclosure, I've reached out to companies to try and just do sponsor post stuff for like ADHD supplements. Nothing. Don't even get a call back. So CCP, if you're listening, let's do a show. Let's collab. We'll head over there. All right, back to Trevor Noah.
I'm fascinated by it because Tony
said I'm head of CCP, and I consistently fund RTP LG. Thank you.
I think it's coincidence that these guys have all lived in and around apartheid South Africa,
right,
and have now gone into the world and are starting to export
with a vision of how it should be.
Yeah. And many of the elements sound exactly like apartheid South Africa. And what you're saying now is one of the biggest slights that a lot of white people felt in South Africa. The ones who weren't honest, because a lot of the honest ones were great about it, but the ones who weren't honest would go, you used to be able to get a job in this country. And I remember asking my mom once, I was very young, and I said, Mom, I asked her, she would always say shame. This is what she'd say. We'd be at the traffic lights and there'd be a homeless person, black, but the white ones, she'd always say shame. And I said to her one day, I said, Mom, you give money to both, but you always say shame when you give it to the white homeless guy. Why? And she said, you know why, baby? Because they don't know how to be poor. And I was like, damn, that's harsh. And she said, and I was like, what do you mean by that?
Yeah.
She said, it's not just that they don't know how to be poor, Purdy, but they've been told that the world was supposed to work a certain way.
Yeah.
And now that it's not working that way, I can't imagine what it feels like. She says, but as black people, we've been told that our job is to suffer. And so we suffer, honey.
Drew, until when you give a goddamn about how we treat people like marginalized communities here, you can talk about the Uyghurs in China. Until then, like, shut the fuck up. You don't care. You don't care about Muslims. I'm so tired of these like you Republicans coming in here and like, well, what about take care of your own business here. Take care of your business here and then start pointing the finger elsewhere, would you? If we had your way, like if we had your way, we would deport all Muslims here. Our Secretary of Defense said we should kill them all. So until you guys are start standing up against Pete Hegseth, like literally shut the fuck up forever. That's the goal of your Secretary of Defense, is to literally kill all Muslims. That's his goal. So until you guys are standing up daily against Pete Hegseth, you are obligated to shut the fuck up about other countries. You're obligated to look yourself in the mirror. Until then, do I like how China has treated the Uyghurs in China? Absolutely not. Have I condemned it? Absolutely. But you guys don't care about that. In fact, you would support it if you were there. You'd be down with that. That's your side. That's the type of shit that you guys do. So I don't want to hear it from you.
We suffer and we try to not suffer, but we believe as black people, which means we suffer, we are suffering. And she said, so I feel so bad for them because the only thing worse...
Right, they should have worked out for them.
She says the only thing worse than being in a bad position is being in a bad position when you were told that there was no bad position.
Right. That you were the default inheritor of the kingdom.
And now you go to your point. It's because of the DEI. It's because of now we're going to see with young men, women are going to get jobs. Oh, it's because they're women. It's like, no, they study more.
All these women start going to college, Title IX, all that. And all of a sudden they start kicking the shit out of men academically. And everybody's like, see the terrible, trials and tribulations of the American male. And you're like, right. Cause now there's competition.
Yeah. And
I would say it's even a little different than that. Like, we can identify this behavior all the time. And conservative men that are here, if you're still around, you guys are capable of identifying this all the time. Raise your hand if you prefer today's NBA to the early 90s NBA. Probably nobody, right? Everybody says this generation is soft. Oh, this generation, we don't work for anything anymore. We expect everything to be handed to us. That's what's wrong with this generation. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah, you recognize that. What happened? Certain people in this country feel entitled to certain things because everybody before them had it, and they had to work hard to get those things. But as our country worked hard to get rights for certain people, or as certain people worked hard to create businesses, a lot of times they did it by stepping on other people who didn't have that same right. And so now, when you try and correct the historic mistreatment of particular communities, and you give everybody equal rights, turns out maybe you were just lazy. Turns out a lot of the success, specifically people like me, white men in this country, turns out a lot of the shit that we were getting was just handed to us. Didn't have a whole lot to do with how hard we worked, did it? That's why we see immigrants willing to come into the United States and take even immigrants that come here legally, take low-wage jobs because they're willing to work. They're willing to progress, but you're not. Your kids aren't. All these programs say, oh, DEI, they're hiring. First of all, if I'm hiring, I'm probably going to hire the person that's hungriest, right? If I somebody that wants to do the job, that wants to do it well, not somebody who's settling for a job. But what we're seeing in this country is that you have a lot of people whose parents probably, likely had their stuff handed to them after their grandparents worked really hard, or their great-great-grandparents worked really hard. And then it became really, really easy, specifically if you're like a white dude in America. And then they made everything a little bit more equal. And then white dudes are like, wait a minute, why am I not getting the jobs that I used to get? Why am I not getting the money that I used to get? Because you got passed up. You were lazy. You didn't work hard. It's the story of every rich parent with spoiled kids. We're able to recognize this societally, right? Everybody knows that statistically, if you come from a place of privilege, you never have to work hard. You get bailed out for all your mistakes, and you're just handed everything. The chances of you being a hard worker are not very high, like, or they're lower. Everybody accepts that societally until we point out that this hierarchy, that people with privilege are mostly going to be white people because of the way that our country has operated since its inception. That white people got a massive head start and they got generational wealth. It wasn't that long ago that black people like got the opportunity to buy houses, and up until even 2008. And we still find it sometimes now. There were discriminatory practices by banks where they would give people a higher interest rate if they were in a black neighborhood, despite their credit score being the same. So there's been discriminatory practices forever. And everybody knows that if you get handed everything in life, that your life becomes easier. So just statistically speaking, whether it's you or not, there's going to be a lot of you in here that are white guys who have worked your ass off, who got nothing. You weren't handed anything in life, and you worked really, really hard, and you are where you are. But every one of you has a friend who had their shit handed to them. Every one of us has a friend that had all of this shit handed to them. And we also all have a friend who had shit handed to them, and they fucked it up, and now they're miserable. And that friend is probably deeply, deeply MAGA. And that friend is not blaming themselves. That friend is blaming immigrants. And that friend is blaming DEI. And that friend is blaming woke ideology. And that friend is blaming feminist, radical feminism, toxic femininity. That's who that friend is. That friend grew up with privilege, had every opportunity in the world, fucked it up, and now lives in a world where, me looking like me and my daddy's money isn't getting me anywhere. We all recognize that societally, but we put it politically and we tie it and we just say, like, honestly, we just look at the situation honestly. Who's going to benefit the most from generational wealth in this country? White men. Just like statistically, that's true. And then we point it out and you all lose your fucking minds. That's what he's saying here. I don't know why this is even controversial. It seems to only be controversial to like whiny little bitches, people who don't want to recognize that maybe the reason they're not more successful has nothing to do with somebody's skin color, has everything to do with somebody coming to this country who's hungrier, who wants to work harder than you, and they do work harder than you. And they get paid shit doing it. They make less money. But 10 years from now, they might be doing all right. And maybe they'll pass that along to their kids. And generationally, like maybe down the road, like if our country became like let's just say our country is almost 200 years from now, it's like almost exclusively Hispanic. And let's just say that America is continued being the richest country in the world. And you have generation after generation after generation of Hispanic kids who were born into wealth and privilege, and things were just handed to them. And then suddenly you get like a bunch of people from like Sweden coming over to the United States because maybe Sweden's economy goes it turns upside down, and they come here and they're ready to work. And you'd have the same story. It's not a story of like race versus race. It's a story of power dynamics. And that's what we have. Like, that's the anxiety that we have as white men in this country. Is the power dynamics are shifting. People are trying to dismantle those power dynamics, the privilege that you and I are born with, and God damn it, we're born with it. We're absolutely born with it. That's what we're seeing. And that's why you see this rage. That's what white rage is. That's what white fragility is. It's not really wanting to admit to yourself that maybe you didn't earn it. Maybe other people are working harder because they're hungrier. They have more to lose. They have everything to gain, and you have a fallback. You can go back to mommy and daddy and they'll help you out.
Competition in the thing, by the way, that we were never better at them at. We were never better than women at academics. This is every study that has shown it is like men, brain, throw, run, catch. Very good. Very good.
Let me just clear that up to you. And this is the problem here. Is like this person, Brian, said, my family's from Mexico. We have 15 acres in Santa Cruz County, California. White generational wealth is no longer an issue. Yes, it is. Just because other people now can create generational wealth doesn't mean it's over. Your family came from Mexico. When did they come from Mexico? Did they come in the 1700s? Did they come in the late 1700s? Did they come in the 1800s? Did they come in the mid 1800s? Did they come in the early 1900s? When did they get here? When did they have that opportunity to purchase that land? Since 1776, white men have been able to own land here. There are still people with generational wealth from the land that they had that they literally held slaves on. And now they sell that land and they create generational wealth. And it was slaves that worked that land. Yeah, LeBron James has generational wealth now. Does his generational wealth go back as far as somebody from the deep south that came from a plantation? No, there was no opportunity for LeBron James there. That's the point. Like, generational wealth stacks upon each other. Everybody know, you guys know about compound interest. You all know about that. And you know that the more money you have, the more the bigger the interest you receive, right? So we're talking about compounding interest from at earliest, like the late 70s for black people in America, and at the earliest for white people in America, the 1700s. It's just different. You're not going to end. You don't end generational wealth, right? It may phase out, and I think it's great that Hispanic people in this country are creating generational wealth. I think it's great for everybody to create generational wealth. It still doesn't change the fact that there are a bunch of people in this country who are meaty fucking ochre, just like the most mediocre people. And they were born into wealth and they didn't do anything to deserve that. And they're living a very cush life. And a lot of those same people are pointing at immigrants and be like, they're ruining this. And those same people are just like mediocre as fuck. They're not doing anything. They didn't deserve what they got. And some of you aren't mediocre. Some of you didn't come from generational wealth. So it doesn't apply to you. So shut the fuck up. If I'm not talking about you, if you're not coming from a family with generational wealth where you had a massive leg up on everybody else in this country, then what are you crying about? Nobody's talking about you. You're on my side. We're saying the same thing. If you're not that person, stop being offended by it. If you are that person, what I'm saying is absolutely true.
No, we can't. There's some of us who can concentrate, but for the most part, man brain, like, young boys shouldn't be in class early in the day.
Right.
They say if a school was designed perfectly, it would be boys would go in.
Yeah.
All they would do is run. Just run nonstop.
For at least an hour.
Just run like crazy.
Right.
Then they would learn.
There was no generational wealth. Generational wealth in this country started in the 1700s, I said. Pal. So I said it started in the 1700s. 1776, kind of a big year. Look that up. There was a lot of stuff that happened in 1776. Speaking of mediocre, spoon-fed titty babies, here's Donald Trump. As we know, a politician in Minnesota. I keep forgetting her name. Somebody help me on her name again. Jesus Christ, how do I forget this every day? Remind me of her name one more time. It's getting a little embarrassing that I forget this every day. We have Melissa. Is it? Yeah, Melissa Hortman. Thank you. As the president of the United States, somebody dies. A politician's assassinated. Legitimately, like the least you could do: call their family, call the governor of the state, work with the state, figure out what you can do to help. Instead, we have this titty baby, and here's what he has to say.
On Minnesota, there were a lot of horrific details that came out today about the suspect who's been charged there. Have you called the governor yet or been able to speak to any of them?
I don't really call him. He appointed this guy to a position. I think the governor of Minnesota is so whacked out. I'm not calling him. Why would I call him? I could call him and say, hi, how you doing? The guy doesn't have a clue. He's a mess. So, I could be nice and call him, but why waste time?
Yeah, why waste time? Why waste time at a time when it's a state in your country is reeling, where an attempted assassination and an assassination of a politician happened? Yeah, why waste time with that? Why waste time? You could be on Twitter. This guy's a fucking titty baby. He's a disgrace to America. This is pathetic. It's honestly pathetic behavior. I'm going to tell you, like, yesterday, somebody I have had, there was a guy that I used to work with, and we were friends, and then we had like a pretty big falling out, and it turned fairly ugly, and I haven't talked to him for years. Yesterday afternoon, I got a text message from one of my old business partners that he, his wife, and their two children had gotten into a car accident, and his wife and his youngest child passed away. And there were other people in my life that also were involved in that falling out, that also had a falling out with this person, my business partners. And that's who I got the news from. And because we're fucking humans, we all felt gutted. And we shared the message, we shared donations, we shared it to our friends, and we're trying to raise money to help somebody we had a falling out with who just lost their spouse and their child. And that's not a brag. Like, that's not a flex. Like, every one of you would do this. Every one of you. Every Republican in this chat would do the same thing. You all would do this. Especially, like, if you have family that you love, about kids that you love. Like, it was devastating. You had 2 kids under 4. You've lost the love of your life and a child. And every one of you would do that. But he won't. He wouldn't do that. He's one of the most uniquely bad human beings I've ever seen. The amount of petty this guy has, like, is not something to be respected. It's fucking gutting. This is the president. He's our leader. He's supposed to lead. Make a fucking phone call, you small-minded bitch. Make a fucking phone call. What can we do to help? I'm sorry that you're going through that. Instead, he just calls Tim Walz crazy. Oh, he hired him. Yeah, sure. He's such a bitch. And I think you all know that. You all know you're better than him. Shouldn't the president be the best of us? Shouldn't the president be something like we want to be? None of you would be that. None of you would do this shit. He's such a goddamn shitty person. And you all know it. You all fucking know it. And a lot, even those that are like, I love Trump. Yeah, you don't have anything to say. What a weird fucking thing to say right then. I love Trump. You know how empty your brain has to be to just say that? I love him. What's going on in your brain? Is it just like the sound of wind? I love Trump. It's pathetic. Is my whole channel hating Trump? It's a lot of it. It's a lot of it. And look, there's a lot of people you could hate. You know what I mean? It could be petty. He leads the country. He's my president. I live in America, land of the free, home of the brave, where the citizens are supposed to be the check on their government. Not you. You're too busy sucking his dick. So we'll criticize him. And if you don't like that, I'm very, very sorry to ruin your jack-off experience. This guy sucks. He's such like an incapable leader, an incomprehensible human being. His lack of empathy is fucking alarming. That's alarming. Somebody was assassinated. Somebody came into their house and assassinated them. And his first thought is to, well, I don't like Tim Walz because he said mean things about me, so I'm not going to call him. Toughen up, bitch. Toughen the fuck up. None of you would do what Donald Trump did. None of you. None of you, unless we just have like a bunch of narcissists in the chat. Maybe we do. Let's check messages real quick. Whoops, wrong. There we go. Brianna, oh, I think I read that one. CCP, oh, no, I didn't. Brianna said CCP, more like C or PP. And a reminder that Jay is on Cameo. And that is not a service that I provide on Cameo, just to be clear there. African Knight says, you down with CCP? Yeah, you know me. I said a CCP. Yeah, you know me. On top of the disaster that is ICE, on top of Trump dragging us into a war, on top of him gutting funding for regular day people to give tax handouts to his billionaire friends, the Republicans have also decided, you know what else we should do? We should gut the national parks, and we should start drilling for oil in the national parks instead. Here is Senator King eviscerating Republicans' dumbassery in their tax bill.
I'm disappointed, Mr. Secretary, with the budget, particularly for the National Park Service. First is what materials we've been given. This is the budget justification for the National Park Service for the 2025 budget. that's submitted to Congress so that we have something we can work from and work with. That's 2025. This is what we've been given this year for 2026. That's an insult to the Congress. It's hard for me to understand how gutting America's best idea isn't America's worst idea. A 37% cut in the National Park Service budget, which was already underfunded, I don't believe is responsible. Here's some data. This is visitation at our national parks going back to 2010. The blue bars are visitation. The orange is staff at the National Park Service. So you can see there was already a growing disparity back in 2010. This is where staffing was. This is where visitation was. Here's where we are as of this budget. Right here. That's where we are as of this budget. We were already woefully understaffed, and you're talking about cutting the budget by another third. Now, my real question is why? The $1.2 billion you're cutting from the National Park Service is devastating to the National Park Service. It doesn't amount to anything in terms of our federal budget. I did a calculation. If our federal budget was the height of this room, what you're cutting from the National Park Service is the combined height of two.
I did mute. I was saying he borrowed Trump's Sharpie.
Credit cards. In other words, to save virtually no money from the federal budget, we're devastating one of America's treasures.
Again, why? Why? Like, we will cut money from everywhere except for rich people. Rich people need to keep all of their money, and we got to give them some more tax breaks. They need to keep more of their money, but we will gut literally everything else. Wayne said, just got notice from my Russian spy, Chinese spy, low-level cabal member, deep state whistleblower, George Soros aide, and soy beta boy contact that I must add to the RTP dollar train. Thank you. Listen to our overlords. Have we commented yet on the Trump post on jets being sent to Iran? Trump said, we are now in Iran. Anti-war my ass. We'll get there. And Meow, thank you for the super chat there. Big Bo, what the fuck are you talking about with the manifesto? Do we know? Oh, hey, Jen.
He's talking about the guy who was responsible for the assassinations of the senator.
Did he leave a manifesto?
I don't freaking know. He had papers with him. I don't know if it actually was a manifesto, but he had papers like with lists of people's names. I don't remember if there's a manifesto. I could look.
Okay, it says I'm seeing it reported by Right Angle News Network. Minnesota officials confirm they will not be releasing the manifesto. Who the fuck is Right Angle News? This is who Charlie. This is who Drew. Legitimately, look, if you let's see, if I searched Minnesota manifesto, just what all of the everything here is Susan. What's this?
At this point in time, it would be premature. The question was, is the manifesto and the information that we have received, is their motivations? We are working diligently on that. There's certainly some indications within that, but there's not specifics enough. We have been, this is a very active and fluid investigation. Throughout the day, as you've been waiting, and these teams have been out working out in the field, and they have been gathering more documents and information, so it would be premature for me at this point to really say exactly what the motivation might be from these writings, but we will be continuing to work on that and provide that information when we're able.
All right, Drew, you heard it. How come your people are saying that they're not going to release the manifesto? That's not what he said. See how right-wing news works? And if we go back and we look at like who's saying that they're not going to release it, who are these people?
Is it Drew or Big Boat? Or are they both making that claim?
Sorry, I might have said Drew. I meant Big Boat. Sorry, Drew. I'm talking about Big Boat. Lefty talking about now it's covered and put away. Yeah, what is it? We don't even know if there's a manifesto here. This is what they do though, Big Boat, and I think this is a good example. This is how they keep you hysterical. This is how they keep you from talking about anything important. They're constantly telling you that something was covered up. Republicans in the chat, sorry, Drew, my bad. It was Big Bo. Republicans in the chat, tell me something that Democrats covered up. What was covered up? That came out that was supposed to come out that got covered up. Cue Joe Biden's health. That's it. That's what we're going to come up with. You guys do this every time there's a tragedy. Every time there's a shooting, Republicans are the first people on the internet, and they were this time too. You guys are quick. They always figure out some way to blame it on Democrats, and they run out there with fake stories, which they did here. They did it with this shooter too. You do it every time. How do you guys fall for this every fucking time? You're in here repeating dumb shit, Big Boat. Dumb shit. Unconfirmed dumb shit. We just watched the press conference. They never said they weren't going to release it. Right-wingers take that and say they'll never release it, and they make the prediction. And then you get programmed, and you come in here and you repeat it. And you don't even have like good sources. Your sources are just like probably. I'm going to guess that those are like Russian propaganda accounts. They all look the same. You never have a source for anything you guys say, and yet you'll come in here every day like, oh, RTP doesn't tell both sides. Yeah, I tell the truth. And if I tell your side, I can't tell the truth. You guys never tell the truth. There's not like a both sides anymore. There's just the truth. And you guys are never the ones that are speaking the truth. I'll show some right-wingers telling truth today, though. We'll get to that in a little bit.
We can do that after I do my announcements. How about that?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. So looks like everyone's awake on here on YouTube. So we are about 2.5 hours left of the show. We do this each day, Monday through Friday. This is our job, and we're crowdfunded. So you see the pay links that are on the screen. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats all go towards knocking out that balance. If everyone in between all the chats sent $1, we would knock this out and way more. So if you guys could help us out with that would be fantastic. If you haven't subscribed, please do so. You can do it on all the 3 different platforms that we're currently on right now. If you guys disagree, because I see a lot of you on YouTube having a lot to say, especially you, Callie Cam, because you sent me a message and added me on Discord. You guys can come on and talk in real time. You don't have to scream in the comments. So how you do that is you add me as a friend on Discord. It's the same as the Venmo. So Jen, JENN, WBB, the number 1. You can come on and talk to Jay in real time. You don't have to just say that he's lying and he's wrong the entire time. So that's how you can do it. Callie Cam, see you in the comments again. You know what? How about this, Callie Cam? I'll just mute you until you actually grow a pair and come up. Because you just come in and cry every day. So I know you found me on Discord. Find me again if you actually want to speak. So there's that. Anyways. So we got a little time left. Check out our link tree. We're on most social media platforms. Jay does Cameo, and we have merch. We also started up Spotify, so if you want to rewatch the show that way, you can also do it that way. Just had a detective knock on my door saying he was looking for a man with one eye.
Oh, no.
I told him if he used both eyes, he'd probably find him a lot quicker.
That one I liked. I like that one a lot. Yeah, Fee, I see your comments. It's hit and miss on when I see the comments, but they are up. Look, you can see. I can even show you. Here's what the TikTok chat looks like for me. I just have to. It's its own little box there. I do see TikTok chat. It's just it doesn't jump in with like the main chat through Streamlabs. I have to open it up separately. Remember yesterday we talked about the Trump phone. And I told you, we said it was a scam. We said it wasn't going to be made in America. This is TikToker at Verge breaking down a lot of stuff I missed because I don't know always what I'm looking at. And breaking down the Trump mobile scam. Maybe not scam. It's probably not a scam. But they are lying about what they're selling you. And here is Verge explaining how the Trump sons are doing exactly what their dad did, exactly how he taught them, and they're just lying. And they're doing it in the sloppiest manner ever because MAGA doesn't give a fuck. They'll still buy it. They'll still do it. They'll still just not care. But this was sloppier than I thought. We looked at it yesterday, and this is actually way worse than I thought.
Today, the Trump Organization announced Trump Mobile, a new enterprise combining a mobile network and a new smartphone. Let's start with the phone first. The T1 phone launches in September for $499. If you want one, you can pre-order today with a $100 deposit, though we wouldn't really recommend it. The product page for this phone is littered with errors. There's a processor section that doesn't mention a processor, the RAM is wrongly described as storage, and somehow they even got the camera and battery specs muddled together. We also just don't know what this thing looks like except for gold. There's one image of the phone, but it's quite clearly a render, not an actual photograph.
Yeah, are they using the, like, and it's an old one too. It's like even the old Apple, like, thumbprint one. Not even new.
The camera's a bit oddly spaced out. You can see there's no flash, which there really should be. So we don't trust this is actually what the phone's going to look like when it launches. It's also supposedly going to be made in the USA, or at least that's what they claim. In other interviews today, they've said that it will eventually be manufactured in the US.
And eventually all the phones can be built in the United States of America. We have to bring manufacturing back here. And so
we're not really sure what to believe anymore, except we don't really believe that it's going to be made in the USA because no phones are made in the USA. Expect this to be something or other built by a Chinese OEM that's being imported and customized. As for the network, Trump Mobile is also piggybacking on other stuff. If you read the small print, it says that it's powered by Liberty Mobile Wireless. Liberty Mobile Wireless is an MVNO that piggybacks on T-Mobile's network.
This is literally just like a cornucopia of other companies that they have cobbled together to create Trump Mobile. It's absolutely a grift. Nothing like everything that they said. I remembered what they said. They said this will have roadside assistance. Yeah, just like every other fucking phone. It's going to have roadside assistance. It said you will be able to get telehealth for one low price. Yeah, that exists. I already have that. None of this is revolutionary. Their phone won't be made in America. Just tell the truth. We need another way to grift money off of our supporters. We will never stop grifting our supporters, and we will never stop using conservatism as a sales pitch to get you to buy more shitty stuff.
There you go. Trump Mobile piggybacks on T-Mobile. We know that much. That means they say it'll work with pretty much any phone you want to bring to it, and coverage should actually be pretty good. The cell phone service side of this thing should work well because, well, Trump Mobile haven't made it. What might be less appealing is the price.
Yeah, that was the one. You could talk to someone across the world from you. We invented that. Oh, I thought that's just what cell phones did.
There's only one plan. It's called the 47 plan, and it costs $47.45 per month because he was the 47th and 45th president, you see. It's very clever. What you get for that...
But they couldn't go 45, 47 because they needed that extra $2. They had to do it in reverse.
That is unlimited calls, texts, and data, which sounds alright, though it's more expensive than other similar unlimited plans from the likes of Mint Mobile. You're basically paying extra for perks like phone insurance, roadside assistance, and 24/7 telehealth, though whether you trust any of those services provided by Trump Mobile and its partners is really up to you. So, we've got an MVNO plan that costs more than its rivals, and what looks like a pretty budget phone with confusing specs that costs more than its rivals. One way or another, you're paying for the Trump name.
And you have to put down a $100 deposit just to get it. You can't even get it. Like if I go to, I was just looking at Verizon this morning. I was thinking of changing my cell phone service. And I don't have to put down a deposit in hopes that one day this phone will be manufactured and I can get it. So they're going to take, not only are they launching this, they're going to use like customer money to launch it, to fund it. So you have to put down a $100 deposit in order for you to even get started on this. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. That's just our president grifting his followers. And of course we don't care about that, right? Of course it's totally normal. It's never happened before, but of course this time it's totally normal. Let's get to Iran. So Trump goes to the G7 yesterday, and we covered a little bit yesterday. It appears that he didn't want to go to the G7, but Vladimir told him he had to go defend him. So Trump just goes to the G7 and shows up, and he's like, you know what? This used to be the G8, but you guys are big meanies to Putin, and you guys kicked him out because you didn't like him. And they're like, well, we kicked him out because he invaded Ukraine, which he's still doing. That's actually why he got kicked out. Trump didn't want to hear any of that. And then because Trump wasn't getting the reception he wanted, and he's a big crybaby, he decided he needed to go back home. He needed to meet with his top national security advisors to figure out how we can, for some reason, go to war with Iran, which is very important for Americans, that we get engaged in war with Iran. It's very important. Everybody knows that Iran has really been fucking up our whole shit for a while. Any problem that you have in your life is likely caused by Iran. And so naturally we're going to war with Iran. Don Durrell, thanks for joining the Dollar Train. Francis as well. And Annette said, God bless you. I'm joining the Dollar Train. Appreciate you guys. So Trump then tweets this out on his way out, says, Iran should have signed the deal I told them to sign. What a shame and a waste of human life. Whoa. Whoa. If you don't do what I say, you will fucking die. That's what our president said to Iran. For, again, why the fuck are we talking about Iran right now? Why is Trump saying they have to sign a deal or die? Can somebody explain to me what threat Iran is posing to us currently? Where's the Republicans here? Why are we worried about Iran right now? Do you want terrorists to have nukes? No, I think that Israel should get rid of their nukes. Do they have nukes? Tim? Do they have nukes? That's the real question. They've been telling us since 2001 that they were about to have nukes. They never get nukes. They've never had nukes. Literally, we showed yesterday clips of Netanyahu in 2001. Like, they're just a few months away from nukes. Then 2003, they're a few months away from nukes. 2007, they're a few months away from nukes. 2013, they're a few months away from nukes. 2014, they're a few months away from nukes. Only somebody with their head buried inside Donald Trump's asshole thinks that, like, still buys this line. I'm sorry. How many more times, Tim, are you going to fall for the same fucking line? How many times? They scare you into murdering people because you're a bitch. Don't be a bitch anymore, Tim. Toughen the fuck up. Stop being the person who can get lied to with the same fucking lie for 20 fucking years and still fall for it. Oh, and by the way, also be the person from 2015 when Trump was bashing the GOP, like, the GOP, they just drag us to war. They're warmongers. They let Israel drag us to war. Be the person who supported Trump in 2015 and 2016 when Obama's poll numbers were tanking and Trump was tweeting, Obama's going to drag us to war with Iran to fix his poll numbers. And he said it like 10 times. Whose numbers are tanking right now before the midterms? Trump? He's literally doing the thing that he accused. Those were his thoughts. I don't know. Like, we have to just explain this to you guys. When Trump says something, those thoughts start inside his head and then he types them out. Those are his thoughts. So when Trump was saying Obama is going to drag us into a war with Iran, and Obama didn't do that, what you should have learned from that is those were Trump's thoughts inside of Trump's head about what he would do. He was thinking, what's Obama going to do to stay popular? Well, if I was Obama, thought Donald Trump in Donald Trump's own head, if I were Obama, I would drag us into a war with Iran. And Obama didn't do that because Obama's not a dipshit. But Trump is president, and he's doing it. Those were always his thoughts. That was a confession. That was him saying, if I ever am so fucked that I need to do something big, I'm going to drag us into a war with Iran. And here we are. Simply stated, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I said it over and over again. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. We have no evidence that Iran has a nuclear weapon outside of some people saying, well, they're gonna do it. That's it. That's all the evidence. Just so we're clear, all of the evidence that Iran is about to have a nuclear weapon is a handful of the same fucking people who have been saying it for 25 years, saying it again. That's it. That's all the evidence. And that's enough for Tim. Tim's like, yeah, that's enough. I'm very scared of all things. And so we should murder people because I'm scared. Iran's not coming here. Have you guys ever noticed that they don't ever come to America? You know how fucking hard that would be for them to invade America? To come, like, they could shoot missiles. We're going to see them coming. If they go in boats, we're going to see them coming. Do you know how fucking hard it would be, Tim, for you to be in any danger at all? Almost impossible. I think about this all the time. The part of Phoenix that I live in, I'm in the East Valley, and Phoenix is like a little bit lower, where I'm up near the foothills. So from my house, I can look out and I can see the skyline of Phoenix. And when I drive to Phoenix, it's all downhill. So I see Phoenix the whole way down. And I don't know why I do this, but I always think about, like, probably because I listen to the news all the time, but I always think about, like, what would it be like to be in, like, Ukraine or Russia or Israel or Palestine, where, like, rockets hit. And like people have become kind of used to it. Like the people, I'm watching these videos from Israel and Iran, and I'm watching people like sitting there and they're just like recording the missiles going over their head. And if that happened, like we had Starlink fly over, and my whole neighborhood was out on the street the first time. We're like, oh no, are we being attacked? Is this a missile? Are these aliens? We all fucking lost it. Like my whole street was like in a panic. Like, what is this? But those people are used to it. And I think about that all the time. And then I think, how the fuck would that happen? Like, how would anybody bomb Phoenix? You know how hard that would be for them to bomb Phoenix? You're not in any danger, Tim. You're not in any danger at all. Trump is in danger of losing power, and Israel is fucked, beyond fucked. Israel only exists because the United States exists. And I don't mean like Israel exists because we protect them. I mean, Israel exists because we prop them up financially. Israel's a fucking mess. They have printed so much money that without the United States, their currency would be worthless, legitimately worthless. It is an entirely artificial economy. And it's time to pay the piper. And they don't have any way to pay. They don't have any way to fix what they've done. They don't have any way to fix their currency devaluation that's going to happen. And so what do they need? They need foreign investment. They need revenue. And Israel doesn't have a lot of revenue. So where are you going to get foreign investment in Israel? Well, there's a spot a little bit west where there's a nice beachfront property. Maybe we just level it. Maybe we just level all of Palestine and we make it unlivable, so that other countries are forced, if they want to come here, they're forced to invest a lot of money and create a lot of jobs. And by the way, what can we sell if we're Israel? I don't know. Oil? Do we have enough oil? Oh, who has oil? Oh, Iran has oil. Okay, so we'll just say that Iran's the number one sponsor of terrorism, and then everybody in America is too fucking stupid to figure it out. That most of the terrorist groups, especially the ones that attack Israel and the ones that attack America, have been engaged with America for decades, and we have fucked over almost all of them. Almost every one of them, at one point, we were with them, and then we fucked them over. Because that's what America does, because we're imperialist. And so we've pissed off everybody. We've killed their friends, their neighbors, their family, their children, their grandchildren, their newborn babies. We've been doing this in the Middle East for decades. So yeah, they don't like us very much. And yeah, they do horrific things in response. And they shouldn't, and we shouldn't. But this idea that like, oh, we're the good guys and Iran's the bad guys. Look, we caused a lot of this. And Israel caused a lot of this. And a regime change war right now isn't going to fix any of this. It fixes only one thing. It gets Donald Trump out of the shit that he's in right now, because he gets to drag us to war, and now that's the only thing that matters. And he gets to say, oh, well, we could worry about the economy. We're in a war right now, you know? Desperate times call for desperate measures. And it bails out Bibi Netanyahu, who's a war criminal, who he has like 30% approval rating. He's going to lose his power as soon as he gets rid of martial law there. So he's like, fuck, I guess we better go into another war. And we're just being dragged into it for no reason. It doesn't benefit us. Let Israel fail. Let them fail. If they're going to go and they're going to attack Iran, sorry. They attacked Iran. We all saw it in real time. We all saw this in real time. Israel attacked Iran, and then they're like, can you believe these Iranians shooting missiles back at us? Yeah, I can believe it. I think that's what I would do. If I was Iran and I got attacked, I'd probably attack back. Yeah, I can believe it. We all saw it. It's not 2001 anymore. It happens on the fucking internet. Just go to Twitter. You can see who launched the first attack. Spoiler, it wasn't Iran. Spoiler, it was Israel. And now we've got a situation where Israel, they're getting a little fucked up right now. And they know that if it looks like they're in trouble, that they have a lot of support in America. And they're banking on the United States of America coming in, joining the war, and knocking out Iran. There's a problem. There's a problem that I don't know. I don't know why any of you Republicans aren't seeing this. You guys have been telling us forever that we needed to be worried about China because China has a massive military. And I don't know where you guys stand on Russia currently. You seem to be sucking their dick currently. But just like Israel calls us when they step in some shit, who the fuck do you think Iran calls? Who do you think Iran's going to call? Russia and China. What are we doing? What are we doing, Republicans? What happened to this? Oh, no new wars. Trump's going to drag us into a war with Russia and China? Why? Why? Somebody tell me, why? Why would we go to this war? What is the benefit? Well, we like Israel. All right. I have a lot of dumb friends. And they're smarter now, but I had a lot of dumb friends specifically in college, and they got in fights all the time. And occasionally you'd get a text message. They were my teammates like, dude, we're going to go fuck somebody up. You coming? I'm like, no. I was always, no. No, why are we fighting? What are we fighting about? They were talking shit. All right. Let them talk shit. Talk shit back to them. I'm not going to lose my scholarship. I'm going to lose my place on the team because you're offended that somebody talks shit. Why the fuck are we fighting? Why are we involved? What benefit is this for any of us? Well, if we don't stop this, then they're coming for us next. No, they're not. Iran's not coming for us. Iran, we would eliminate Iran in 11 seconds. Like the second they launched a missile, it'd be like, fuck, boom, gone. Iran, gone. They're just gone. They're not attacking us. They're not threatening us. They're not telling anybody they're going to threaten us. But I will tell you this. We've got a problem because the United States has made like limited, we've made agreements. We've made agreements in Iraq. We've made agreements in Iran. We've made agreements in Syria. We've made agreements in Qatar and Saudi Arabia. All over the Middle East, we've made agreements. And we have bases and we have equipment and we have forwarding bases. And when a lot of these countries see that we're siding with Israel and that Israel is once again attacking a Muslim nation, I think a lot of people who we've created at least some goodwill with might say, hey, why are you guys involved? And maybe our bases and maybe our servicemen and maybe our resources will be under attack. I mean, let's be honest about who Iran is. Let's be honest about Iran's reaches. Iran has a reach with the Houthis. They have reach with, obviously, Hamas, Hezbollah. They did the same thing we did. We went out there, we created alliances, and so did they. We're not the only, and so did China, and so did Russia. We're not the only ones with fucking alliances out there. We're not the only ones with weapons out there. And yeah, maybe we would win the war, but why? Why are we going to a war right now? Why are we trying to get our asses dragged into a war? Because Netanyahu doesn't want to get caught being a war criminal? Fuck him. Fuck Netanyahu. Why are we getting dragged to a war for Benjamin fucking Netanyahu? Who fuck is that guy? Why do we care about him? Lie in the bed that you made, bud. If you didn't want this kind of heat, maybe don't carpet bomb Palestine. Maybe don't run your country into the ground. Maybe don't just print currency for decades and decades and decades until your country's fucked. But this is a real this is gonna be a real test for America. I do think the majority of America is not going to go with Trump, and I think that the more Trump does shit like this, the more MAGA are going to fall off. And then there's some of you that are too fucking stupid to understand this, and I'm going to do my best to make this as dumb as possible today. Like, because I'm not a foreign relations expert. I'm not an expert on the history of the conflicts in the Middle East, but I could talk some common sense here. I've yet to hear just one person explain why we should bomb Iran, why we should even be involved. When I hear a good excuse for why we should bomb Iran or we should be involved in this, maybe I'll change my tune. But so far it's like, but what if they get weapons? Here's Chris Cuomo. Goddamn, fuck this guy. Chris Cuomo's just going like, Chris Cuomo would have been the Fox News host in 2001, like, we got to go after Saddam and get those weapons of mass destruction. We must invade Iraq. Like, he's just, this is why people hate mainstream media. Isn't it ironic, conservatives, MAGA? Isn't it ironic that you sound like mainstream media today? You sound like Chris Cuomo today? Yeah, we got to go to war. I know you guys said you're the anti-war party, but we're on our way. We're going now.
Where are you, Representative? You are usually desperate for attention. Why so quiet? Are you worried your fellow socialists who don't think Israel has a right to exist will be upset if you speak truth about Iran?
You know how fucking crazy you have to be to say that? Yeah, you worried that people say Israel has the right to exist? They do. They don't have a right to bomb other countries. That's what we're upset about, Chris. You see, he's doing the MAGA thing now, where in order to sound sane, you have to lie about what the other side's position is. Specifically, I don't know why he's going after AOC now. She literally said nothing, but in order for him to not sound like a bootlicker that's getting a paycheck from Netanyahu, he chose a prominent person on the left who he knows that a lot of you hate, and without her saying a word, he put her picture up and he created a diatribe directed at her, and she said nothing. Do you remember when Clint Eastwood spoke at the RNC and he brought in a chair and he just yelled at Obama, pretending Obama was in the chair? It's the same trick. This is what news media does. This is the whole MAGA trick. They create a straw man. They go after somebody and make up all these hypotheticals, and then they rant and rave about like why we should go to war. Nobody, and I mean nobody, is saying Israel does not have the right to exist. That's not what this conflict is about. This conflict is about why did Israel just bomb Iran? It has nothing to do with their right to exist.
Being an absolute enemy? If you're a feminist, how do you not decry the fact that Iran would jail you for how you speak, for how you dress, that they would slaughter your LGBTQ plus constituents?
Well, let's talk about that. That's true. It is true to a point that Iran, the way that they treat LGBTQ people is horrific. I believe the punishment for sodomy is death. I think that's, from what I understand, that's mostly been like men and not women. Women get beat. But that doesn't sound that different from Matt fucking Walsh, does it? That's not our, don't look at our side of the, it sounds an awful lot like the far right to me. What do you want her to do? Yeah, well, you know what? They treat LGBTQ people poorly. So, yeah, Israel should just bomb them. See the straw man we've created here? Why aren't you talking about LGBTQ treatment in Iran? Because that's not the fucking subject, you dipshit. That's why. The subject is bombing. The subject is war, potential world war. And you a day ago, you're like, the left is too woke. All the left ever talks about is LGBTQ this, LGBTQ that. They need to stop talking about that. The second you have the chance to speak up against Netanyahu starting a war, how come nobody's talking about LGBTQ? Huh? Why aren't you talking? Where are you, AOC? Israel has the right to exist. This is so stupid. I don't think it works. I don't think this is going to work on most people. This is fucking stupid. This is the dumbest argument.
Now is not the time for silence or acquiescence, nor certainly any...
Yeah, because the left canceled him when he lied, exactly. At the job interview, they asked me, where do you see yourself in 5 years? I told them, I think we'll be using mirrors in 5 years.
perverse obeisance to a terror organization again. Even Senator Bernie Sanders, I'm surprised, calling Israel's attack illegal, says it hurts negotiations. What negotiations? Isn't he on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee?
He has a problem with Bernie Sanders criticizing Israel, attacking Iran unprovoked? I can't believe Bernie Sanders would say that. Where the fuck you been, Cuomo? You know who Bernie Sanders is? Fucking W always Bernie Sanders. By the way, here's what he's talking about. Bernie Sanders introduced legislation last night called the No War Against Iran Act, and this a very similar document has been introduced by Thomas Massey, a Republican in the House. saying following Israel's military strikes against Iran, which threatened to further destabilize the Middle East and draw the United States into yet another military conflict, Bernie Sanders today introduced the No War Against Iran Act to prohibit the use of federal funds for any use of military force in or against Iran, absent specific congressional authorization. Which, yeah, it's just the Constitution, right? Like, the Constitution is there, and it says Congress has the right to declare war, not the presidency, right? So notice there's no Republicans here because the anti-war party is not very anti-war. We've got Peter Welch, Elizabeth Warren, Jeff Merkley, Chris Van Hollen, Ed Markey, Tammy Baldwin, Tina Smith, and Chuck Schumer and Harris initially signed on that in 2020. What's wrong with this? This is what Cuomo's upset about? What the fuck, Bernie Sanders? You're saying that Trump needs to use Congress to authorize war and that this is illegal? Yeah. Yeah, he just bombed another country. And in order for us to declare war on that country, it has to go through Congress. And here's Chris Cuomo up here just deep-throating the deep state, which is you now, MAGA. Now you're the deep state. Congratulations. You've come full circle.
Isn't he on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee?
Yeah.
You really think Iran is going to ever let people check their abilities? They are, I know.
What does that mean? Somebody tell me what that means.
Their abilities.
Sorry, go back.
I'm
going to go back further. What?
Even Senator Bernie Sanders, I'm surprised, calling Israel's attack illegal, says it hurts negotiations. What negotiations? Isn't he on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee? You really think Iran is going to ever let people check their abilities?
Yeah. Yeah, they used to. We used to have an agreement. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. We had this agreement where us and the UN could go in and we could inspect all of their nuclear capabilities. And then we elected this dipshit, this anti-war dipshit here, this big, soggy, floating turd dipshit here. And up until 2018, we could check him. And then this happened.
I am announcing today that the United States will withdraw from the Iran nuclear deal. In a few moments, I will sign a presidential memorandum to begin reinstating U.S. nuclear sanctions on the Iranian regime. We will be instituting the highest level of economic sanction. Any nation that helps Iran in its quest for nuclear weapons could also be strongly sanctioned by the United States. America will not be held hostage.
Did we sanction China? Did we sanction Russia? No, we didn't do that. This bitch, man. This fucking bitch. Why is this? Let me move my camera. I'm falling out of frame there. There we go. That's why. We used to be able to check on him. We had a deal. Trump fucked it up. Cuomo, are you going to bring that up? Why's Cuomo not bringing that up?
They are, I know, you know, the senator knows this, but he's not living it with his politics.
Oh, yeah.
They want to kill Bernie as a Jew, as an American. Telling you, these protests are.
Says who? Did they threaten Bernie Sanders now? See what we're doing here now? It's just like, they want to kill all the Jews. Our Secretary of Defense said we needed to kill all the Muslims. I don't know. Can anybody tell me, did someone in leadership from Iran say to kill all Jews? I honestly don't know the answer to this question. Did he? Did any of them? I don't know if that's happened, but I know that our Secretary of Defense said kill all Muslims. What the fuck happened to Chris Cuomo? Who's paying this guy? Last week I thought I messed up and I said News Nation was owned by Qatar, but that was actually Newsmax. So I need to research who the fuck is paying this guy. But like, what world are we in here, Chris Cuomo?
Not really just about ICE. They are a coordinated effort to recruit as many people and different types of groups that may have different ideas, but they all share a common goal: destroying the West, democracy, our country. This is the fundamentalist threat playing out.
Yeah, we've seen that already. Like, are you going to stop fear-mongering? Shut the fuck up, Chris Cuomo. Shut the fuck up, everybody. But this is high school. This shit started for me and probably for some of you guys earlier. I remember this shit from high school. I remember I probably still have it. I bought Sean Hannity's book, Let Freedom Ring, it was called. I've been told this my whole life, that they were coming to destroy democracy. Bitch, the only one the only real attacks on democracy in my lifetime have come from Republicans. Those are the only attacks that ever. We had the fucking Patriot Act. That wasn't great. And then we had January 6th. And now we have Project 2025, where the authors of Project 2025 have stated on the record that they want to undo democracy. Peter Thiel, Palantir, they want to undo democracy. There are people in America who have a stated goal to undo democracy, and they are in power, but they're white and they're Christian, and so we just ignore it. And then we're like, you know what the real threat is, though? The real threat's Iran. I know we've been saying that since 2001, but it's coming. Sorry, the Iranians haven't hurt me. I've not been inflicted by the Iranians. Reminds me, remember Muhammad Ali when he refused to go to Vietnam and he's like, what the fuck did the Viet Cong ever do to me? Why did we learn a lesson from that? Were we right or wrong for going to Vietnam? Fucking wrong. Everybody knows it. We fucked up. We went to Vietnam. All these people stood up against it. They were all called communists, Marxists. Do you not remember that the Vietnam protesters, they accused them of being funded by Russia, the communists? Do we remember that? Do you remember that Muhammad Ali was, he's funded through the Black Panthers and the Muslim Brotherhood who want communism? It's how many more times are dipshit Americans going to be tricked into going to war by saying, the Muslims are infiltrating you to get rid of democracy? How many more times do you have to be wrong about that? We did Vietnam already. We did Desert Storm already. We did Afghanistan already. We did Iraq already. How many more fucking times are we going to fall for the same fucking lie? We have the internet now. Millennials, it's time to tell your parents, shut the fuck up and turn off Fox News and turn off Chris Cuomo. You cannot be trusted with your own feelings. Shut the fuck up. No more talking. If you watch Fox News, you don't get to talk anymore. You got to get the remote from your parents. This is crazy. Their whole life, they have fallen for the same shit, and none of them have figured it out yet. Not one of them has figured out, like, maybe they're not a problem. Maybe we weren't fighting for American democracy. Maybe when we were fighting the Viet Cong, this wasn't about American democracy. Maybe when we were destroying Afghanistan and Iraq, maybe that wasn't about American democracy, because it felt like I had democracy before and I had democracy after. And even the attacks from 9/11 didn't really take away my democracy, except when the Republicans are like, well, now we're going to do the Patriot Act. We're going to do that. And now we're going to create the Department of Homeland Security. We're going to have ICE. And their job is going to be to track down terrorists. And here we are 25 years later, and those same people that were supposed to track down terrorists are tracking down workers at work. Just raiding cities, raiding workplaces. And we were warned about that too. They keep telling you the enemy's over there and the enemy's right fucking here. And they're called Christian nationalists. And they keep scaring you about Muslims. And they keep scaring you about democracy. News for you, folks. Every attack on our democracy comes from inside. Every fucking time. And you'd be hard-pressed to find a time when that attack on American democracy was from a Muslim. They tried to tell us this with Obama. Obama's going to attack American democracy. How? He's going to give people health care. That motherfucker. Those fucking Muslims. They're always out there trying to give us health care and shit. Every time they tell you it's some person with brown skin and a different religion who's going to end American democracy. And every fucking time it's some white bitch from Harvard whose daddy had money. It's always the same people. coming out of the elite institutions. You guys, it's the elites that are tearing apart this country. Well, not us, the elites. It's the ones that are saying that gay people should get married. It's those elites. It's the elites like Elizabeth Warren. They're not elite in the terms that they have a lot of money. They taught at Harvard, and they say things like, we should have universal health care, and we should start the CFPB to protect the American citizens against predatory banks. And Republicans are like, look, they're taking your democracy. They're protecting you against banks? Is that democracy? Real democracy is letting the banks bend you over and do whatever they want. Every fucking time your rights have been taken from you and your freedoms have been taken from you by some white dude who went to Harvard and his buddies. They all sound exactly like Dick Cheney. Every last one of you sounds like Dick Cheney right now. Learn your fucking lesson. I say this, and I say this with love in my heart for my Republican friends. Stop being bitches. Stop it. You have been bitches long enough. Stop being afraid by the Iranian Muslim boogeyman. They're not coming to get you. The Muslims are not the threat to you. Your government is the threat to you, and they use fear to strip you of your rights. And they use fear of Muslims to strip you of your rights. That's all we're doing here, folks. How much fucking money do you think it would cost us to go to the Middle East and enter another war? A lot. Oh, the deficit hawks. You guys have gone from, on November, we're going to balance the budget and no new wars, to we're doing all the fucking wars and we're going to spend all the fucking money. And all it took was for them to be like, look, Muslims. See the Muslims over there? They're acting up. And you're like, fuck it. Every belief I had about fiscal responsibility and world peace, fuck all of that. I'm afraid of Muslims. I forgot that I was afraid of Muslims. Thank you for reminding me. We better go to war. And then here we are. We're just getting, we're going to war. NewTube said, but what about Biden? News Nation is owned by Nexstar. I don't know much about Nexstar. You'll have to tell me about that. Tim said, Tim gives other Tims a bad name. Be better. Tim, we need you to stop giving Tims bad names. Christine says, we have TDS. They have TFS, Trump fellatio syndrome. Oh, I bet he comes dust. I probably shouldn't say that. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but if I am allowed to say it, I said it. You're getting a mouthful of dust. It's going to get muddy in your mouth. Adam said, a preemptive strike is just an attack. Oh, that's a quote from Good Trouble. Shout out Good Trouble. All right, moving on here. I'm sorry for that visual. I know that some of our audience doesn't appreciate those type of visuals. I'm sorry. I should not have said that. Here is an American physician in Israel. His name is Dr. Saeed Rahman. You may have seen him all over social media. He is boots on the ground. Shout out Mr. Jones. This is what actual boots on the ground look like. I doubt he's wearing Jordans. Boots on the ground in Palestine, treating people. And here's what he has to say about what you're being lied about. Oh, we lost TikTok. Are you kidding me? The dusty cum joke is what finally got me booted off TikTok today. That's crazy. Jen, what was the warning for? Did you see it?
Hate speech and hateful behavior.
I might have said Muslim too many times. That's probably what it was. All right.
I'll feel it, but check our DMs because I've been trying to send stuff to.
My bad. I've been on a rant.
Yes, I know.
All right. Izzy, thank you for joining the Dollar Train. Are you seeing? Oh no, I'm not seeing that. I'll look in a sec. Devin says News Nation owned by Nexstar. I got that. Oh, and I did. But what about Biden? Was that in TikTok or was that in YouTube or Twitch, Jen?
I'll put it in our DM. I'll tell you that.
All right, cool.
Also, there was this just came out. I guess there is an active protest happening right now in the comptroller of New York. Has been arrested at an ICE court hearing. Here, I'll copy and paste what was sent to me. I guess Leftist Jess sent it to you, but obviously you're not You're not seeing it, so.
Okay, yes, send that to me.
Yeah, I'll send it right now.
Yeah, just arresting American citizens. Keep worrying about Muslims, though. That's who's taking your rights away. That's who you need to be afraid of. Your freedom of speech is being taken away by people who got their authority after we got lied to about why we needed to go to Iraq. And that program that they created to protect us from terrorists is now arresting American politicians. Cool. All right. Oh, so sorry. Going back here. This is Dr. Saeed Ramen. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. I just want you to hear what he has to say as an American citizen who is there to treat wounded people.
Hello and assalamu alaikum. My name's Syed Rahman. I'm a board certified interventional radiology physician, born and raised in America. We came here with Rahma to also provide help and respite for the physicians here working at Nasser Hospital, the only functioning hospital in all of Gaza for 2 million plus people. And I want to really give a message to our Western audience. The Eastern audience knows the genocide, but the Western audience really needs to wake up here. So, oh, humanity, wake up. What we're seeing here is abnormal. We are seeing an absolute annihilation, an execution of humanity from children, from pregnant women, from women nursing. And the execution of human beings is not the only problem. It's absolute starvation. Everyone is hungry. People are losing 15 to 20 kilograms in the last 30 months. I have come here for not even more than a week, and I've talked to hundreds of people, and almost everyone is on the same boat. They work 24-hour shift here, take a bus 1 hour home, go to their tent, from neurosurgeons to orthopedic surgeons, all living in tents because of the situation that has unfortunately developed here. This is a man-made issue. It can be reversed immediately if the world decides to wake up. And we are a testament to this. My colleagues who came here from America, we are not better doctors than the doctors here. In fact, we are learning from them. Rather, we are witness to the tragedy that's happening here. And unfortunately, we from the West have a louder voice, and that's why we need this message to be heard by you. So please wake up and do something. Talk to your politicians, talk to your friends, talk to your families. We need this to stop immediately. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All it really would take is the United States saying, knock it off, Israel, and it would be done. We could end it all. We could say, knock it off. We're not sending you another dime. We could have done that forever ago. Biden could have done it. Trump could have done it. The whole world knows it. It is embarrassing right now to be an American. Frankly, it just is. Like, we have it so good and we have it so easy over here that, like, we can't bring it. And maybe it's just like, because we don't have these type of atrocities, we just don't know. Like, we can't even fathom it. We can't fathom that this kind of shit would happen because it doesn't happen here, but it's happening. And all we have to do is we could use our power for good. Why do we refuse as America to use our power for good? Why is it always for fear mongering? Why is it always for leverage? Why is it always for power? Why can't we ever use our massive influence? We're more influential than anybody else in the world. Why can't we ever use it for peace? It's crazy. Like, America, people think we're so strong. Like, and we are, and we're so influential. America's the greatest country on earth. Okay, then why don't we make the world a better place? Why don't we stop fighting? Why don't we stop engaging in wars? Why don't we stop interfering in other people's politics? Why don't we just become a great humanitarian power? Why don't we lead by example? Why do we always have to fall to, like, the lowest common denominator? Why do we always have to be the biggest and the baddest and the meanest and the most ruthless? What does that benefit the world? What does it benefit us? We're massively in debt. We're completely divided. We're killing people all over the world, or allowing people to be killed all over the world. And again, I'm just going to point it out from the Christian right. You guys are the ones that want to bomb shit all the time. It's very un-Jesus-like of you to constantly want to be at war. All right, here's what Jen's talking about. Let's see.
And I see the warrant. I will let go when you show me the judicial warrant. Where is the
I have no idea.
I see the warrant. I will let go when you show me the judicial warrant.
Sorry, it was playing in two different places. All right, so this is Brad Lander, New York City comptroller and mayoral candidate. It's arrested outside of immigration court.
And I see the warrant. I will let go when you show me the judicial warrant. Where is it? Where is the warrant? I have it in my hand here. I would like to see the warrant. I will let go. I'd like to see the warrant.
Before the Republicans start jacking off and say, fuck around and find out, these people exist to arrest terrorists. That's what they're supposed to do. Arrest terrorists. Does it say terrorist? Brad Lander, New York City comptroller, is a terrorist because he's demanding a warrant before they arrest people? This is the United States of America. Elected officials being arrested for demanding a warrant before people being arrested from a group of people whose sole purpose was to arrest terrorists. And when we had discussions about this in 2003, the fear was, what if the president, because this is under the executive branch, and it was giving the executive branch powers that they hadn't had before, a department that they hadn't had before. And the fear is what if the executive branch oversteps, and what if they start using this for their own purposes, not to take out terrorists? And Congress was like, don't worry, we have oversight. Don't worry about it, we have oversight. So we'll be able to stop it. They didn't count on a bunch of Republicans in Congress saying, yeah, I know it's not what it was designed for, but we're going to go along for the ride. And now here we have. Now the group that's supposed to take out terrorists, they're not. When was the last time you saw DHS or ICE arresting terrorists? Never. We don't. Not a lot of videos about that. It's just people at their work sites and now elected officials. The fuck is this not fascism? Like, honestly, how the fuck is this not fascism? This is just where we're at. No, this is what we voted for. Yeah, you voted for fascism. We told you that. We're not fascist. Yeah, you are. You're just fascist. Bean said, Dollar Trend, you guys are awesome. Frankie said, hey there, Jay. Hang in there, buddy. This is not an easy job. You have to keep it you have keep doing it, though. You have to keep doing it, though. Sorry. Hey there. It's in there twice. You have to keep doing it, though. I'm going to keep doing it. Amy said, Jay, the right does not care. They're American Christians. That's right. And the biggest threat to American Christianity is apparently Muslims. Left Jess says, I sent you breaking news. Did you send that on Discord, Jess? It might be what she sent. Oh, okay. Same stuff you sent, Jen. All right. Thank you very much.
That was the thing I was talking about.
What? What'd you say? Jen? All right. Yeah.
I was saying that information I just sent you.
Oh, yeah. I figured when I saw that that's where it came from. All right. Look, it's not just me. If you guys hate me, MAGA, it's fine. You can hate me all you want, but I'm not alone. Some of your heroes are on my side, too. Here's Candace Owens tweeting yesterday, Donald Trump just completely fractured his base. And he did it for the very neocons who minted the Never Trump movement. Truly unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. I'm not alone. It's not left versus right now. It's not Republicans versus Democrats. It's warmongers versus people who want peace. And you got to pick a side. Are you a warmonger or are you somebody who is going to side with peace? And remember, Donald Trump is thin-skinned, and Donald Trump's kind of a bitch. And Donald Trump, if he gets too many Republicans turning on him, he'll change his mind. You guys can change his mind. We can't. Here's Thomas Massey, another Republican who I mentioned earlier. He tweeted out, this is not our war, but if it were, Congress must decide such matters according to our Constitution. I'm introducing a bipartisan war powers resolution tomorrow to prohibit our involvement. I invite all members of Congress to co-sponsor this resolution. Everybody who doesn't sign on to this resolution is saying two things. One, we're doing war. We like war. And 2, they're saying we would like to grant our congressionally granted powers to declare war, and we would like to take those, and we would like to give them to Donald Trump because Daddy asked for them. And we don't care so much about the Constitution. We just want Trump to do what he wants. But anybody who doesn't agree that Congress is the one who should be deciding whether or not we go to war with Iran is just saying, here, Daddy, you can have all of our powers, please. The No Kings protest is making a lot more sense right now, isn't it? Well, he doesn't have a crown. Is he sitting on a throne? Do they call him King Trump or President Trump? We're going to play semantics and pretend that our whole party isn't cucked to this guy who shits his pants every day and can't complete sentences. We're going to keep pretending that. Yeah, this is why it was called the No Kings protest. Because we have a constitution, and your elected representatives keep going, here you go. Here you go. I'd rather just sit in a hearing and talk about trans people some more. Why don't we just give all of the power to Donald Trump? And then you guys go, yeah, that's right. That's what we voted for. We're not fascists, though. We're not fascists. We don't want a king. We just only want Donald Trump to make all the decisions. But it's not fascism, and it's not a king. It's still democracy. We're just giving all of our power to him. I showed you that Trump warned that we need Tehran to evacuate. Here is Steve Bannon. Now, I watched this whole podcast. I didn't realize that Tucker Carlson was going to go on, or that Steve Bannon was going to go on Tucker Carlson's podcast the next day. So Tucker released an episode with Steve Bannon. Let me say this. Tucker Carlson is a crazy person. Have you ever watched Tucker Carlson speak in long form? He's one of the most insane people I've ever heard speak. He will break into hysterical laughter over the craziest shit. What's up, Jen?
And how long is this a long clip?
No.
Okay. There's someone who's going to be popping in.
Okay.
I guess request here in a second. All
right, cool. Thank you. Here's Steve Bannon complaining about one of your guys' favorite people, one of those people that you guys claim fled the left. I've said this before, but when I first became, I don't think I've ever been a registered Democrat. I might have been. I don't think I have. But when I was thinking about voting for a Democrat for the first time, it was when Tulsi Gabbard was running, and Tulsi was like the first Democrat that I connected with. And what I connected with her on was the no regime change war. It just makes too much sense. And so MAGA has been saying oh, Tulsi's with us. She doesn't want war. Tulsi doesn't want war. And so she's on MAGA. So we're the anti-war party. Well, nobody sees Tulsi. Tulsi isn't being included in these negotiations. And Steve Bannon's having the same question I'm having. Where's Tulsi? What are we doing with these anti-regime change war people that we brought on to win an election? You told us you were anti-war, and that's why Tulsi was on your side. Where is she? How come you guys aren't trotting out Tulsi?
Tulsi Gabbard not invited to the Camp David meeting all day? You know why? Why Tulsi Gabbard still to the American public has said the last public statement is that the program was not back up and running, and now we have from Bibi by himself on Fox by Brent Baer that the thing was 12 to 13 months away. It wasn't this weekend. I know. And this is by his own thing. And we also know that it was a decapitation, as we said on Friday. It wasn't just about the nuclear program. It's a decapitation of total leadership. So this is a total regime change, which, by the way, you may have a plan for regime change, is fine, but you got to bring the American people along. Let me go back.
By the way, I said that publicly last week. The point of this is regime change. I know everyone involved. I know. I'm telling the truth. I have no weird motive here at all. I don't hate Israel. I'm not particularly.
Plus, you know the players, and you you know the Iraq situation.
This isn't a regime change effort, and why not just say that? But you're a Holocaust denier for saying that. Well, stop. Let's have a rational conversation about what our aims are here, and maybe you can convince me that we need to support a regime change war in Iran. Tell me how that plays out in a country of 90 million people. Have you thought it through? Do you even care? And the answer is no. We have a economic and political and demographic crisis in Europe because of U.S.-backed, Israel-backed
Syria
wars in the Middle East.
Yeah.
That's what's destroyed Europe, where my ancestors came from. And I spend a lot of time there, and I love European culture, which is Christian culture. And it's destroyed that. And
now this is the same contention I have with Nick Fuentes, and he's Tucker is more guarded with his language than Nick Fuentes. What Tucker's doing right now is he's saying, because he's trying to speak to his crowd, which is a lot of like angsty white nationalist men. And he's saying, like, look what's happening in Europe. The reason that we have all these problems in Europe, he's talking about Muslims in Europe. That's what he's talking about. And he's specifically talking about gangs of people who, at least on the surface, appear to be Muslim, come from Muslim countries. He's talking about that. So he's talking about like, oh, it's the reason we have this problem is because of regime change wars, and then all these Muslims wind up into my good white Christian nations, and it causes a problem. And it's definitely not us. It's definitely couldn't be the white Christians. It's definitely the people that are coming here. That's where I, like, me and Tucker divert. I say we shouldn't kill innocent people, and Tucker says if we kill innocent people, people flee that country, and then they show up in our good white Christian countries, and they ruin our countries because we screw things up in their country. I understand what he's saying. Yes, that's why a lot of people have been displaced from their country into Europe, or in America or in Canada. That's true. I just don't have the same problem with it that he does. I'm not afraid of Muslims. There's gangs of people here in America who claim that they're Christian. Gangs are gangs. I have a problem with gangs. I have a problem with violence. I don't think that that's particularly tied to one religion or the other. I think that both Islam and Christianity have factions that are very violent and act like gangs. So that's where we diverge. But I just wanted to show that, to point out, like, we're actually saying the same thing. We are saying that, like, it makes no sense to enter this war. And if it is going to make sense to enter this war, could you explain it to us? And the Trump administration's like, nah. All right, we got Big Hitta Man who's been yelling at.
Yeah, real quick.
Oh, go ahead.
Let me do it. Let me do some announcements before you go.
Yeah.
So just like Jason talked to this guy, you guys could do the same. We've got a gift goal that we haven't done nearly enough damage to. We've got about an hour and a half left of the show. We need you guys to help us out and finish that up. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats all go towards finishing off that gift goal. You guys know sometimes how some of these conversations can be lengthy, and getting Jay to pay attention sometimes is difficult. So if you guys could help me out, I would appreciate it. And subscribe if you haven't already, and check out our link tree. So, all right. Want to go over?
Yeah, I'll head over. Thanks. Big Hitta, what's up?
Hey Jay, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Chilling, playing some Oblivion on my lunch break.
I don't know what that means, but that's terrific. What's on your mind?
I mean, I was cool with having an open-ended discussion, but we could talk about, Iran and Israel, or whichever.
I don't know, man. I wasn't paying attention to what you were saying in the comments, so I'm not sure what you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, I started off with Liberal Party member Bolter, the one who assassinated 2 fellow Democrats a few days back, after they recently voted against a Democrat bill to give aid, funds, money to illegal aliens, and they were killed shortly afterwards. They actually went on national TV crying because they voted against their party, which they never thought they'd have to do, but they're just at that point now. And then afterwards,
I think you're misrepresenting what she said there. Excuse me. I let you talk. Don't cut me off immediately. What she said is that I understand that this is going to hurt a lot of people, but as the leader of the House, in order to get this bill passed, which was going to help a bunch of people in Minnesota, I had to vote for this bill despite me disagreeing with provisions in the bill. And look, that's what politicians do have to do. You're never going to get a bill that's perfect. And she was clearly devastated by that. But it does seem like, I just think it's a little bit bitchy of you to come on here. You don't know the details yet. We don't know the details yet. And you have chosen to come on here and try and say that this person is like a violent liberal. You don't even know yet. Why not just wait until you know the truth rather than guess?
Well, are you saying that the 2 party members that were murdered by Bolter, they voted for the bill, Because from what I understand,
no,
what
that's not what I'm saying. To
mainstream
be
media's
clear,
consensus is.
what I'm saying is you don't know the details yet, and you're making assumptions to
They
play
told us the details.
political games. No, we don't. Then why aren't you telling all the details? If you're saying they told us the details, why are you leaving out the part that he's a registered Republican? Why are you leaving out the part that his
Back in 2004.
why are you leaving out the parts that say that his friends say that he was a diehard Trump supporter? Why are you leaving out the part that he was very anti-abortion and that everybody on his list is somebody who has supported a woman's right to choose? Why are you leaving out the fact that this is a Christian fundamentalist? If you're a person that's like, I'm here to tell the truth, then tell the whole truth. But you didn't do that. You just told the part that you like, and you didn't tell the whole story. Tell the whole story. Tell the whole story. The part that matters to you. The part that allows you to make this person. The part that makes that allows you to pigeonhole this person as a left-wing extremist. That's what you're doing. And I think it's sad. I think it's a sad, pathetic existence that you have right now to even take that approach. I think it's pathetic. Sorry, can you tell your mom hey, can you tell your mom I'm trying to have a discussion with you? I don't want to hear her.
No, you're hearing Oblivion, right? I'm playing a video game while I'm talking.
Talk to me or play your video game.
Oh, pick and choose. Okay, I'll give you my attention.
Thank you.
Pause my game.
Thank you. I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to talk about this assassination with you. I'd like to talk about a different subject. It's clear you have. It's clear you have an agenda.
You're over this. My agenda is the truth.
No, it's not. You left out most of the truth for an agenda. Everybody here sees right through that.
He was a Republican in 2004.
2022. 2022.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really. Yeah.
Because Minnesota doesn't release party affiliation. So
he voted Republican. He voted Republican in 2022.
With what evidence?
It doesn't matter. I don't want to talk about this anymore. You left that part out.
Okay, let's talk about how liberals are now organizing through funding, by the way, to destroy their own cities and tell us that's good for America.
What cities are being destroyed?
They're supporting L.A., New York,
L.A. What got destroyed in L.A.?
A lot of people's personal belongings and not the actual institutions they blame.
Wait, hold on. When you say L.A. was destroyed, what you mean is like some cars were destroyed, right?
Yeah, people.
Why? So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. How come everything you say has to be hyperbolic? How come you won't ever just tell the truth? No. What happened in L.A. is there were protesters. Some of them vandalized cars, police cars specifically. Some of them vandalized. There was like a 7-Eleven that was vandalized. Some of them broke into a sushi restaurant. There were other cars that were vandalized. Why do you say that? Why don't you say that?
You're not going to talk about the
why don't you?
Okay,
the Molotov. Yes. Why don't you say all of that?
Those are deadly weapons.
Why?
Those are
I understand. Hold on, you silly little bitch. Hold on. Instead of saying that. I'm calling you a silly little bitch because you're being a silly little bitch. Why don't you tell the truth instead of saying something dumb like
a grown man?
Excuse me, calm down. I'm sorry that you don't like being called a silly little bitch. Get your feelings together. Okay,
all right, I'll
grow
breathe.
up.
Let me get my hormones.
Why do you say that? Why don't you say that instead of saying like they're destroying their city? You been to LA, man? It's great. The city's fine.
I'm never going to LA. Dude.
Well, the city's fine. It's
not
burning.
That live there are scared.
It's not destroyed. No, they're not. No, they're not.
Yeah. You know how many business owners have to put up flags of Mexico so their stores won't get burned down? That's a mob.
None.
You
are the most frightened little bitch that I've had on here so far. These businesses are having to put up Mexican flags so they don't get burned down. Oh, okay. Well, what business? Did they all put up Mexican flags? Because they're not being burned down. So does every business in LA have a Mexican flag up?
Do you read your chat, by the way?
Do you realize how silly you sound right now? No buildings have been burnt down, and you're saying that must be because everybody put up a Mexican flag.
There's been quite a few stores that.
What store has been burnt down in LA? Which one was burnt down in LA? Which building?
Okay, one moment.
Okay, thank you.
LA stores burned in riots. Let's see. Video shows aftermath of stores looted, vandalized. Apple, Adidas, jewelry stores, dispensaries, and pharmacy.
Hold on, wait. You said burned down, and then you're reading examples of stores that were looted.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
get some
see, you're
more.
being a hysterical little bitch again, aren't you? Aren't you? These
I mean, are you
businesses have to put
denying
up
that
a
these
Mexican.
riots aren't destroying
No,
these
I'm
stores?
saying that you said they have to put up a Mexican flag to avoid being burned down. 0 businesses have been burned down. You're a hysterical little bitch. You are frightened. And it's probably because you sit inside and play video games all day that you are frightened by stuff like this. But the things that you're talking about aren't even happening. You're just a whiny little bitch. Toughen up.
Let me see.
Yeah, keep looking for the building that's been burned down.
I'm watching them. Dude.
Yeah, where's the building that was burned down? Remember, that's what we're looking for right now.
Okay.
Okay, what building got burnt down?
Okay, maybe no stores.
Oh,
were
so it was stupid. So it was kind of dumb when you said. So it was kind of dumb when you said that businesses are having to put up the Mexican flag to avoid being burned down, right?
Yes.
And
so
it was
they aren't
also dumb, and it was
stores, they're
also
just
dumb,
firebombing
and it was
police
also dumb when
officers.
you said LA was being destroyed, right?
Well, no, because stores are being ransacked. People are being burnt.
Yeah,
and
but
assaulted by
you didn't
rioters.
say stores were being looted. You said LA was being destroyed. See the problem we have here? None of you guys ever talk about what actually happened. It's always hyperbole with you so that you can be scared and you can justify your bigotry. But when we get into the details of it, it doesn't ever seem to match the hyperbole in which you present your case. Ever. Yeah, sometimes bad things happen. You know what happens every day? A store gets robbed in this country every fucking day. Every day a store gets robbed in this country. Every day.
Why is that? Why aren't so many stores being robbed?
Well, there's a lot of businesses. Our crime's at an all-time low, or not all-time low, but historic 40-year lows. Why did I'd ask the question, why do you guys think crime is so high? Did you know that crime has been precipitously dropping since the 90s? Did you know that?
Well, I mean,
did you know that?
Could it be
the question I asked was,
police
did you know that?
representation?
The question I asked was, did you know that?
No, duh, dude. Anyone
did
that
know
looks
that.
at sociology would know that crime is going
Sociology?
down.
Why would sociology has nothing to do with this?
Sociology is the study of groups. So this is a group study.
Crime is not a study of groups.
Bro,
what the
Sociology
fuck?
is a study of
Bro,
groups.
what the fuck? You were this hyped to have this conversation?
Well, so far you only beat me at
everything.
Liberals didn't burn down a store. No, you didn't beat me at everything. We haven't even talked about Israel and Iran.
Let's talk about Israel and Iran then. Let's talk about it.
All right. So you think that there's no weapons of mass destruction?
I said I've seen I've seen no evidence of it yet. I didn't say. See again. I want to make sure that you frame. I want to make sure that you don't do the same bitch shit that Charlie Kirk does, where you lie about what we say. What I said, and I've been careful, is I have seen no evidence that a weapon of mass destruction exists, and the same people who are telling me that, and by the way, they don't say that it exists either. They say it's months away from existing. But they've been saying that since 2001. So all I'm asking for is evidence that it exists.
My question is, do you believe that they're not creating a weapon of mass destruction?
I believe it's not about belief. I need evidence. Belief is stupid.
No. Do you think they aren't working on one?
I've seen no evidence that they are. Can you show me evidence that they are?
Based off the information you have on a good faith answer, do you think they are or aren't?
I've seen no evidence. I've seen no evidence that they are.
So you're just ignoring it because
ignoring
it's
what?
Been widely brought up that they have nuclear enrichment facilities not designed for nuclear reactors.
What's the evidence though? You said it's been widely brought.
It's on the news.
It's on the news, guys. It's on the news. It's on the news, guys.
What's
the evidence?
What's the evidence? Dude, it's multiple. CBS.
What's the evidence?
ABC.
But what's the evidence?
You look up Iran nuclear enrichment
but what's the evidence?
And you will be finding multiple sources
but what's
from multiple
the evidence?
Organizations.
But what's the
that
evidence?
Is designed to create a weapon of mass destruction from a terrorist nation.
What's the evidence?
Who wants death to America.
But what's the evidence?
And you're a psycho
who
thinks,
what's
Iran
the evidence?
is our friend. They
the guy
don't
doesn't
deserve
have evidence?
to be
keep talking.
Their strategic military targets destroyed while they kill civilians in Israel. Israel's at least focusing on military targets. Iran's just killing human lives, regular people.
You are a scared little bitch that has no evidence.
And you're a
I'm
denier.
asking you.
You live in
where's
denial.
the evidence?
Why are all these liberals living in denial?
Hey, where's the evidence?
What?
Where's the evidence?
Where's the? Oh my God.
Oh my God. Not evidence. Don't ask me for evidence.
Look,
I heard it on CBS.
Listen,
I heard
baby,
it.
listen.
Lots of people have said it. It must be true because people are saying it. No, I'm not listening to you. I just listened to you a bunch of times, and I asked you for the evidence, and you won't give me evidence. You just keep saying, "Why are you not as scared as I am?" I watch CBS and I'm scared. Why are you not scared?
Calm down.
Be scared with me, please.
Calm down.
I need you to be scared with me. Go ahead, give me the evidence.
I'm gonna kiss you, boo boos.
Go ahead and give me the evidence.
Look up Natanz and look up Fordo. And I can spell that for you.
Please.
If you need help spelling, I know it's hard for you.
Please.
So, Natanz is spelled as N as in November, A as in Alpha, T as in Tango, A as in Alpha.
You're talking about the
uranium.
Listen, brother, you're talking about the uranium enrichment
Oh,
facilities.
so now you admit the enrichment facilities. Dude,
that's not a nuclear weapon, you dipshit.
Dude, what do you think? No. Okay. Look up what the nuclear enrichment facilities are designed for. They're not designed to build nuclear reactor fuel. Do
you think we should have went to Iraq? Shut up. Shut up. Do you think we should have went to Iraq? Do you think we should have invaded Iraq?
I love this part. I love this part. Should we have invaded Iraq? Are we allowed to invade another country to take their oil?
Should we have
Are we allowed to invade another country to take their oil?
Excuse me. Listen, bud. This is my.
You asked me a question.
Yes, and you responded with a question because you are a bitch. Should we have went to Iraq?
We had the.
Should we have gone to Iraq?
We were justified to do so.
We were. What was the
100%.
justification?
The justification is we are not allowed to invade another country's oil reserves. Guess what Iraq did? Invaded Kuwait. You know what else Iraq
did? They invade
doing?
us?
Gassing
wait, hold
the
on.
Kurdish people with nerve gas.
Wait, hold on.
You are condoning the gassing and killing of Kurdish
God, brother,
people.
I'm gonna have to mute you if you won't shut the fuck up.
See, I called it. I knew he would mute me. I called it.
Who are you talking
I knew it,
to?
dude. This is the coward's way.
Who are you talking to?
You're gonna pretend I have Discord. Your chat, dude. Your chat. They were like, "Oh, he's not gonna mute you." I knew it,
brother.
Dude.
You're just
you
rambling.
You
won't answer my questions. You're still rambling. So.
All right, I'll pause.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Do you think that if a country invades another country that isn't us, that we should invade that country? Are we the world? Are you saying we're the world's?
Yes.
So we're the world's police.
We have been. We didn't have a choice.
I agree.
We had to be.
I agree. I think we should stop being the world's police. Do you want to keep being the world's police?
Well, no, you don't, because you support Ukraine, don't you?
What do you mean I support Ukraine?
Well, Ukraine should remain independent, right? They should be free of the Russian invasion.
Yeah, I don't support United States.
Hold on,
brother.
If you're going to
ask a question, let me answer the question. It seems like you're terrified to let me speak. Terrified.
I'm not.
My answer on Ukraine is I do not think United States troops should be on the ground in Ukraine. That's my opinion.
And they're not.
Okay, so we're good, aren't we?
Well, actually, they are. We do have boots on the ground in Ukraine.
Fighting?
We do. No, not fighting.
Okay.
They're educating.
Okay. Well, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Jody doesn't even know what she's talking about.
Why are you reading the chat, you little bitch? Why are you reading the chat?
Well, I like to catch the vibe. And I love it when you call me a bitch because it just
I'm sure
it
you
makes
do.
me feel
Does
good.
it get you a little
I
hard?
know it makes me feel like a weak little man.
All right.
It does a little.
All right. Cool.
It helps me sleep better at night.
All
But
right.
that's besides the point.
What is your fucking point?
So the point is that you're full of it.
What did I lie
You've
about?
been right about one thing so far.
Are you going to talk specific? Are you going to talk specifics?
Israel, and you already admitted I was right.
I did.
I confronted you about Kuwait and Iraq, and you already admitted I was right. Yeah. You said there's no nuclear enrichment facilities.
I didn't say that.
Actually, there are, but they're for nuclear reactors. But just wait, because if you Google it again, you're going to find out
Dude, shut the fuck up! Jesus Christ!
You are so fucking
I
stupid.
never said that they didn't have nuclear enrichment. I never said that.
Dude,
you just made that up.
God, we could do a replay, dude. We could totally just replay.
We could totally just. I never said that. I said they don't have nuclear weapons.
I asked you, do you think they're building a WMD? And you said,
no, you
they
said
don't
a
have the
nuclear
means
weapon.
to.
No, you said a nuclear weapon because a WMD doesn't have to be nuclear, does it, bitch?
A
Does it, bitch?
A WMD
Does
is
it,
a
bitch?
okay.
Does
A
it,
nuclear
bitch?
weapon is a WMD.
Does it, bitch?
You're
Does it,
fucking
bitch?
dumb, dude.
Does it, bitch? Does it?
You.
So what I said is,
So
I don't
what
think
are you,
I
what
haven't
are you
seen.
thinking?
Excuse me.
Are you asking me? Are they building up?
Excuse me.
Okay,
Shut the fuck up
excuse
while I'm
me.
talking. I said I've
Okay.
seen no evidence that they have a nuclear weapon. What evidence do you have that they have a nuclear weapon?
I never said they have a nuclear
Okay, then
weapon.
what are we arguing about? Sounds
do.
like you agree
I
with me
asked
then.
you,
Sounds
are
like we
they
agree
working
then.
their way towards making one?
I said I've seen no evidence of that. What evidence
So
do you
there's
have
no
that they're
evidence
making
that they're
one?
making a weapon?
No, where's the evidence?
Dude, then okay. So you admit that there's a nuclear enrichment facility.
Correct.
But somehow in your brain there is no connection between a weapons grade nuclear enrichment facility and
what's a
them building
weapons?
a
Wait,
nuclear weapon.
what do you mean by
you
a?
understand
Wait, what do you
that
mean? I have a
weapons
question
grade
for you.
and reactor grade are two entirely different concentrations
I have a
of uranium.
question for you. What's the evidence
Sure,
that
go
this
for
is? It's a weapons grade enrichment program. What do you mean by that?
So they have centrifugal devices that spin really fast. And the point is it separates heavier uranium isotopes from lighter uranium isotopes. They want the heavier ones because those are more energy dense. So when they chain react, they form a nuclear detonation rather than a controlled nuclear criticality event like a reactor's grade uranium does with lighter uranium isotopes. Do you fucking know anything?
Well, what could you use enriched uranium for?
Weapons grade.
What else
can
could
be
you
used
use
for
it
a
for?
dirty bomb.
What else could you use it for?
You can't use weapons grade uranium for nuclear reactor. It's inefficient. It's so expensive. It's such a waste.
Oh, so it's just
Dude,
because
do
it's
you
wasteful.
not understand the basic concepts of what you're talking about?
I don't. I'm asking you for the evidence, and you keep getting hysterical and saying I don't understand. I'm asking you to explain it to me.
Because
why are you getting so
it's just
hysterical
so
when I
sad.
ask
I
you
have
for
to
evidence?
teach you.
Well,
I thought this would be a real debate.
Good thing you're here then. Okay, so you say that they have enriched uranium, and in order to then take enriched uranium and turn it into a nuclear weapon, what would you need to do?
Well, I mean, mostly you would just need to have the source material. If you're building an atom bomb, you need the source material separate, so that way they don't go critical. And then you create a device that squeezes the enriched material to cause a detonation. That's why they don't use it for uranium, like for a
the question.
reactor.
I'm not asking you for the history. I'm asking you, what would be the steps now that they have enriched uranium? What steps have you found evidence of that says they're building a nuclear weapon? Or is that your whole is the whole argument the enriched uranium? Is that your entire argument?
Yes, dude,
okay.
that's the
Well,
only
I don't think that's.
argument you need.
I don't think
Do you
that's.
not
I don't think. Wait.
understand
Wait.
that?
I'm just saying. For
Dude,
me,
all they need
excuse me.
is that
Excuse me.
an
When I stop
explosive.
you, it's not so you take a breath and keep
Are you gonna
talking.
mute me?
It's so
Don't mute me.
It's so that
Don't
I
mute me,
talk.
bro.
You're weird, man. You're a weird dude. Yeah, that's not enough evidence for me to engage in a war. I don't think we should go to war because somebody has enriched uranium. Yeah, really.
Oh my God! You understand that no other countries are allowed
Israel.
to have a
What about
nuclear
Israel?
device.
Israel has. What about Israel?
Israel Ben had it.
Israel
Ben
Ben
had it
had
after the
it?
assassination of JFK.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
dude.
Israel's allowed one, and they're the enemy of Iran. And why don't we know what did we used to have more clarity
so
on?
Israel's
Excuse me,
never really
shut the
backed
fuck up,
terrorist
dude.
nations.
Shut the fuck up. That was the middle of the question. Did we used to have more
Careful. Don't hurt
transparency?
yourself.
Did we used to have more transparency into Iran's nuclear program? Why don't we have transparency anymore?
Because Iran won't let us.
Why not?
Because they're a terrorist nation.
Because we don't
and
have an
wanna fund
agreement
their,
anymore. When was the last time we were able to look at Iranian's nuclear program and get eyes on it?
Quite a few years
About
ago.
2018. Why did we stop getting eyes on it?
Well, Iran
Because
supports terrorist countries.
Trump
They hate us.
unilaterally pulled us out of the Iranian nuclear agreement, which allowed us to go and inspect their nuclear program, right? Remember that in 2018?
Was it because Iran wasn't upholding their end of the bargain?
The question I asked was, do you remember that?
But was that because
The question
Iran
I asked,
wasn't upholding their end of the
don't
deal,
answer with a
including
question,
the
you
contract?
squirmy little bitch. Do you remember that?
I'm answering it.
It's yes or no question.
But why did
Do
it
you
fall
no?
apart?
So you're doing
Is
it again.
because-
You're answering with the question again. What's the answer? What's your answer? Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay, why
Do
did
you wanna know
why did Trump
why?
pull out of it?
Go ahead, tell me. Let's
No,
hear your answer.
I thought this was going to be a good day. Do I really have to educate you? I thought you were the expert
You're
here.
asking for a niche.
I thought you were the a niche?
A niche.
A niche?
Yes.
Niche? It was the leading story on every news channel in 28 across the entire world. It was the whole world was like, what the fuck are the Americans doing? Why are they pulling out of this agreement? You know why we pulled out of this agreement? Because Israel wants Iran. Israel wants to be able to continue to lie about what Iran is doing so that they can take over Iran, because Israel has been run into the ground. They've printed so much currency that they are fucked beyond belief, which is why they're decimating Palestine and why they want those Iranian oil reserves. And the one thing that was stopping them from going and attacking Iran was the fact that we had transparency, and Iran doesn't really want to build nukes, and there's never been any evidence that they were building nukes. And so So Trump just pulled out of that, and now we've had Netanyahu since 2018. It's 2025. For 7 straight years, Netanyahu has been going on American television and saying Iran is a month or 2 away or weeks away from having a nuclear weapon. He's been saying it for 7 years, and they still don't have one. So why do you believe him now?
Because Israel was right every time that they've stopped. See,
they were right for 7 years. Wait, they weren't right for all 7 years. They were right for those 7 years. Israel's always right, except for the last 7 years. Except for the last 7 years. Except for the last 7 years.
You're a degenerate.
Was Israel right the last 7 years?
Yourself speak?
Was Israel right for the last 7 years?
You're not even paying attention to the fact that every time Israel brought up that Iran is developing nuclear weapons, they stopped it. They stopped it with Operation Screwworm. They stopped it with Mossad infiltration. Israel stopped Iran.
Where's the evidence that they stopped that? Where's the evidence they stopped it?
Oh my God!
Is your evidence?
Know this? I thought this was going to be a good debate.
Well, I don't trust Israel.
I just gave you an Operation Screwworm, dude.
Did Operation? Okay, tell me about Operation Screwworm.
Israel, Mossad specifically, infected a centrifugal plant, the same one we were just talking about if you were listening. They infiltrated and hacked a centrifugal nuclear enrichment facility designed to separate light and heavy uranium isotopes to build a nuclear weapon, because it requires high concentrations that go into criticality.
Wait, can I ask you a question? Wait, hold on. Let me ask you a question.
Well, what they did is they overspun
I'll mute you. I'm asking you a question.
And caused it to
brother,
go ahead.
Nobody, listen.
Do it.
Got it. You're muted. Nobody gives a fuck what you have to say. You're on this program to talk to me like a human. I don't have to listen to your shit. There's plenty of people here without you. If you want to have a conversation, we'll have a conversation. I'd like to ask you a question, please. Are you open? I can unmute you now. Are you going to answer questions or not?
Why are you going to act like
are you going to answer questions
like
or not? The question was, I muted you again. Are you going to answer questions or not? Or I can just move on with my show. Are you going to answer questions?
Go ahead. What's your question?
So in Operation Screwworm, did they find a nuclear weapon?
Why do you? Okay. No, they didn't.
Okay, so where's the evidence of a nuclear weapon then? I keep asking you over and over. Please. I keep asking you for a nuclear weapon, and you keep giving me instances of them enriching uranium. We've already. That was almost done. We've already determined that we both agree that they. Excuse me. We've already determined that you and I both agree they enrich uranium. What I'm saying is, if you are going to convince me that we need to bomb them, at the very least, I need evidence that they have a nuclear weapon. And I've asked you for evidence of a nuclear weapon for the last 30 minutes. And every time I ask you for that, you give me an example that talks about enriched uranium. So I'll ask you one more time. Do you have evidence outside of enriched uranium that Iran has a nuclear weapon?
Nuclear weapon scientists.
What?
Oh, cool. Your chat timed me out. You banned me on chat too?
I don't do that. That's
I knew it. Your mods suck, dude. They're homophobic as well.
Look at you being a little bitch running from this question. I'm going to cry about the chat instead of addressing this question that I can't come up with any instance of nuclear weapons. So now I'm going to cry about the chat some more. Where's the nukes, bud? Where are they?
They don't have them.
Oh,
we stopped
shit.
them.
So how about this?
That's survivorship bias.
I'll possibly support us going into Iran when you can provide evidence that they have a nuclear weapon. Until then, I'm not willing to
going to war with Iran if they find a nuclear bomb.
I said possibly because
you possibly. Oh God, wow, non-committal.
Yeah, no shit. It's war, bitch. I don't want to just kill innocent people for the fuck of it.
You don't want to do anything, dude. You don't have any skin in anything.
You never want to go to war. You're such a coward. You never want to go to war.
Do you think that we're never justified to go to war?
So not in my lifetime. There has been no justified war in my lifetime. No.
Wow. See, and that's why liberals will never be taken seriously, because you don't have mature thoughts. You still think like children.
Like
you're like, oh, war is bad. Like, yeah, no dumb.
Wait, are you
is
saying
bad,
war's
but
good?
People are bad.
Yeah, we are bad.
No,
we're bad.
Isn't good.
We're really
either.
fucking
war
bad.
Is a product of
humanity.
We're
bad. We're bad. We invade other countries. We're bad.
We're bad.
Yes.
We're bad. We're so bad. Countries want us to go over there and help them.
Who?
We're so awful.
Who?
God, dude, the entire U.S. aid package.
No. Well, I'm talking about invading. We're talking about invading. We're not talking about
general.
We're not talking about giving money. We're talking about invading. Who asked us to invade?
Iraq welcomed us as liberators.
Israel. Israel's always telling us where to go invade. Hey, why don't you go to Iraq? Why don't you invade Iraq? Remember what Netanyahu said about Iraq? Netanyahu said about Iraq. Well, they didn't. They didn't. We didn't find them. Where were they? Where'd we find them?
We found them in barrels. Granted, the barrels were mostly empty, but it's because they were using it to gas Kurds.
Wait, we found WMDs in empty barrels?
Near empty. There was still residue that they could test.
Residue of what?
Like I said,
residue of what? Residue of what?
Of nerve gas. Of
what does that have to do with
gas.
What does that have to do with WMDs? You can have mustard gas without WMDs, right?
Oh baby. Oh sweetheart. No. Nerve gas is a WMD.
Wait, nerve gas is a WMD? It's a weapon of mass destruction always? If it exists, that means you have WMDs?
Pat, this is your hero right now. He doesn't even know nerve gas is a WMD.
Nerve gas by itself is not a WMD. You'd have to deploy it, right? So nerve gas in a barrel is not a WMD.
Are you real? Are you a real
Is nerve gas in a barrel a WMD?
Yes, believe it or not. A nuclear bomb in a barrel is still a WMD.
Then certainly everybody who opened it up must have certainly just died, right?
They were wearing protective equipment. We have mop gear.
It was
you know what mop gear is?
Did you say mop gear?
Yes.
No, I don't know what that is.
It's military equipment for weapons of mass destruction.
Okay, but if you remember correctly, if you remember correctly, the reason that we went into, and maybe you're too young for this, but the reason that we went into Iraq is because Netanyahu told us that they were creating nuclear weapons. Did we find those?
That they were creating weapons? Yes,
no,
we found evidence. Did we find actual weapons?
Oh,
no.
Okay, great. I want evidence. I want real weapons.
So there is evidence that they're creating weapons.
No, there's evidence that they're enriching uranium.
It's like if I saw a guy putting a gun together, I'm not going to think, oh, this guy doesn't have a gun. I'm going to think, oh, this guy is making one.
But can you kill that guy?
Just because he doesn't have the pieces
so you can
put
kill
together.
that. So you can kill that guy.
It's like saying, oh, well, this puzzle isn't put together, so it's not a puzzle.
Can you kill that guy?
Would I kill?
When
if
can you kill
me? Yeah.
Okay, but if he just has the pieces of a gun on a table, is he trying to kill you?
No.
Okay, now let's say so when
Iran's death to us and to Israel.
So when Iran has
they support countries that hate us.
So when Iran has a nuclear weapon and they're threatening us, then that's a good time. Then that's a good time to go to war. Until they do, I don't want to just preemptively murder people.
Because what are you willing to do?
Not murder people preemptively.
Okay, even if they're going to kill you, 100%.
We're willing to kill them. What's the difference?
What?
We're willing to kill them. What's our Secretary of Defense? Our Secretary of Defense literally says, "Kill all Muslims." Does their Secretary of Defense say, "Kill all Westerners"?
I mean, I don't
Who in
support that
who in their
belief.
who
I
in
don't
their
believe Muslims
who
should
in
be
their
killed
military
purely
who in their
because of their beliefs.
military who high up in their military has a stated goal to kill Americans?
I mean, I don't support that. There's a
Okay,
lot of things that I
so
don't
we have a
support from the
stated goal
Trump
to
side
kill
and his
them.
appointees.
We have a stated goal to kill them. They don't have a stated goal to kill us. And you are a
No, they
person, and
they
you're saying,
chanted
and
multiple
you're
times
saying,
at the
and you're
USA.
saying, and you're saying, oh, it's really them that want to kill us. Yeah, I believe that there are extremist groups who have said, like, death to the West, death to America. We've seen it. We've all seen it. We've seen it from Al
Are you just
Qaeda. We've seen
ignoring
it from ISIS.
Hezbollah?
We've seen it from Hezbollah. I'm naming these groups right now.
Hamas?
I just said that group. I just said it.
Okay.
Just shut up while I say it. But is
I
that
mean,
the
they're
same?
literally
Is
funding
that
them,
the
the
same? Yes,
government
and we are
of Iran.
funding groups who have a stated goal to eliminate people too. We're funding Israel. There are plenty of people in Israel who have stated that they should wipe Palestine off the
Israel's
map.
targeting
We are funding
military
Israel,
targets.
and Israel has had. There are people in Israel who have stated we should wipe Iran off the map. You have a double standard. We're like in my opinion, if you look at the government of us in Iran, our government is far more dangerous than their government.
Well, that's
And
regardless.
and
a nuke
unjust.
getting into the wrong
And
hands is a
unjust.
problem, no matter how strong your country
Well,
is.
there's been people that have had nukes. Russia's had nukes. Israel has had nukes. We've had nukes.
Right, but they're not giving it to
and we're the
state
only ones
terrorists.
that have used it. We're the only ones who have used an atomic bomb.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
dropped
So
them
maybe
twice and then
maybe
said
it's
no
not
one else
maybe
is
it's
allowed
not
to.
up to us to point the finger, be like, you guys
Are
are
you
the
saying
bad
that we
ones.
weren't justified in using the bombs?
Absolutely
What you're
not.
suggesting is
Absolutely
millions
not.
of lives
We
more should have been
absolutely
lost.
we were absolutely
You are
unjustified
insane, dude. You
to
don't know
drop
what you're talking
an
about.
atomic bomb on Japan. Absolutely unjustifiable.
You understand that that caused less destruction than the firebomb campaigns we were already
See,
doing.
this is the problem.
You also
This is
do
the
you know
problem.
what Unit
This is the
731
problem.
is?
This is the
Do you know what
problem.
that is?
This is the problem with the way that you're framing my ideology.
Sure,
I
sure,
have a problem with violence, and what your ideology seems to be framed around is hypothetical
Yeah, in a
violence.
perfect world, no one would be
hypothetical.
violent, but we
Yeah,
don't
and so
live
why
in a
don't we
perfect
advocate
world.
for a more peaceful world rather than you just fearmonger?
We
You started.
did. We
You
tried to work
started
out a
this
deal
call.
with Iran,
You
and they
started this
refused.
call trying to fearmonger about L.A., which you lied about. You started this call by
Oh, you got me on the
fearmongering
firebomb
about New
floors,
York
big whoop.
and Chicago. You started this entire call with fearmongering. You're just and this is why I said, and I don't mean it in like I would say
Yeah,
this
you
to
tell
anybody.
your
I
followers
think
to
you're
feel
just a
nasty
scared
about Israel.
little bitch, and you're trying to act tough by being like, "We'll hit first," but you're
You
not
notice how
doing
I
shit.
don't have to
You're
call you
sitting there.
names?
You're sitting there playing a video game,
You notice how I
advocating
don't
the
need to
people
degrade
across
you?
people across the world die while you play a video game because you're a scared little bitch. You're afraid of peace. And that's my problem with Republicans and neocons in general, is you guys are too afraid to do the hard work that it takes to create peace. And you say dumb shit like peace through strength. That never works. We've been the Middle East has been on fire
but yours
since
is
the
peace by
90s
doing nothing.
because we just bombed. We've never tried it. We haven't in
We
my
never
whole
tried.
in
We
my
did
whole
try
life
it.
we
We
have
tried
not
to
tried
work out
peace.
peace with Iran, and they refused.
Has Iran attacked us?
Yes,
When?
dude, they funded
When did they
state
attack us?
terrorists.
When did
That is
Iran attack
attacking
us?
us.
When did
The
Iran
same
attack
way you
us?
blame Israel
When did
and
Iran
their
attack
proxies,
us?
dog.
When
Are
did
you
Iran
real?
attack us? When?
All right.
When?
I'll
When?
Google for you because
Oh, you don't
you
know?
don't
All right, tell me
know
about the
about
Iranian
anything,
attacks on
dude.
American citizens. Go ahead. Tell me about it.
We're gonna ignore the attack on the U.S. embassy in Israel.
No,
right?
I'm talking about us,
By
the
Iran?
sovereignty of our country, right?
Like our direct country.
Yeah.
We've had terrorist attacks in this country
From Iran?
from
Who?
sympathizers of
From
Iran.
Iran?
Yes, sympathizers, not
oh,
directly.
Oh,
I
people
we
that
can't
just
say that
like
they were
Iran. Well, they
directly,
don't hate.
but that's how proxies
They
work.
don't hate Iran, and so it counts. So because they don't hate Iran, we should attack Iran. Okay.
But their belief system, like their reason for attacking the U.S., is the same as Iran's.
Which is what?
That they hate the U.S.
Well, I would hate the
and they
U.S.
want to see us
if I
go
was in the Middle East. I'd hate the U.S.
disruption.
too. I would also hate the U.S. if I was
Well,
in the
that
Middle East.
sucks because I actually don't believe you for a sec that you would rather live in Iran than in America.
I didn't say that, you dumb shit. I said if I was in the
No,
Middle
that's
East,
what
I
you're
would hate the
implying.
U.S. too. I'm not implying that. See, this is what I'm telling you. You don't have real arguments. You have to
and that's the backwards
don't
mentality,
wait
because
till
you
I'm
think,
talking.
we're
Don't
around a
wait
bunch
till
of
I'm
terrorists,
talking
I'm
to
gonna do
suddenly
what the
come up with
terrorists
something
do.
clever to say. It's
That's
not my fault that
psychotic.
you're not quick-witted and it takes you 40 seconds to come up with a
I'm not
response. So
quick-witted,
let me
Doc. You are literally
let me
saying
get
I'd
out
be
what
a
I have to
terrorist to
say.
you.
You can think about what you have to say again. But every single argument you've made so far in this whole conversation, you straw man an argument that I don't make because yours are too fucking stupid. And when we lay it out and we lay out like what my opinion is versus yours looks stupid. So you straw man my argument. Like when I said, if I lived in the Middle East, I'd be upset with America too. And you're like, yeah, well, you wouldn't really rather live in the Middle East. Yeah, no shit. I didn't say that. I wouldn't want to live in the Middle
but you're
East.
saying
And
you would
part of
do
the reason,
exactly as
and
they
part of
would.
the reason that I
Also,
wouldn't want to
only
live
have
in the
2
Middle
minutes
East
left, by the
is
way.
because America keeps fucking up the Middle East. It's not a great place to live. Now it's your
The
turn.
Middle East does a fine job of that on their own.
And we help a great deal, don't we?
We try to put it together. We really did. We tried to institute a republic democracy like we have here in the U.S., and they would kill everyone.
Yeah, I'm not in favor
Just
of.
like in
I'm not in
Mexico.
favor of forcing our government, the way that we
They
operate our
wanted
government.
it. They literally
Not
wanted it, but the
well, then
Taliban
they
and
should
other
figure it out.
terrorists wouldn't
Then
let
they
it
should
happen.
figure it out. I don't think we should be the world's police. Do you?
If you see someone who's on the side of the road
just won't say
dying,
it.
are you just saying I should drive by? Because I'm not a Samaritan.
That's
I
not.
have no reason to help people
Wait,
that are crying
wait.
for
Hold
help
on.
from us.
Wait, hold on. That would be aid, right? We're not talking about aid. If somebody's dying, it doesn't require me to go kill somebody.
Yeah, when we send aid without boots on the ground, guess what happens to the
What?
aid? It gets put into the power of the terrorists.
Okay.
Just like Somalia, just
So we
like
gotta kill.
every
Yeah,
other
so we gotta
country
kill
that
some
we try
people.
to do it.
Yeah, so we gotta kill them and force our way of life on them. I can't believe they don't like
Well,
us. That's
yes,
crazy.
unfortunately, the people that want to kill us and ruin their own country are unfortunately not good people.
I don't think we're good people.
Well, that
I don't
sucks
think you're
because
very
we're
good. I think
actually
you're.
awesome. We
I think
help out
you're
a
like.
ton of
I
people
think
for
you're
no
a pretty.
benefit of our own.
To be honest, I think you're a pretty shitty person.
Oh, you think I'm shitty?
Yeah.
I'm probably a better person than you
Well,
are.
I'm
I probably
advocating
do
for
more good
peace.
things for people than you
I'm
ever
advocating
do.
for
You're
peace.
very selfish, and
I'm advocating for
you
peace.
think about yourself all the time.
And you're
Your
advocating.
reference is always
And
me
you're
and not
advocating
the
for death.
global
I'm
vision.
advocating for less death. You're advocating for more death.
No,
I think
you're
you're shitty
asking
in this
for
situation.
death, but not from your own
Who am I
hands.
asking for death for?
You're just
Who am I asking for death for?
distancing yourself.
Who am I asking for death for?
But you basically said if Iran
Basically,
had a
here comes the straw
WMD,
man.
that
Here
we
comes
should
the
go
straw
over
man.
there. Probably.
What's the straw man you just laid out? What was it?
Your argument is a straw man? All right.
No, you just laid out
This
a
is
straw
your
man.
argument, by the
What's
way,
my
not mine.
argument?
That if they did have a WMD, we maybe still shouldn't invade. Even
Correct.
like it
Yeah,
really
that's
makes
my
me want to know
argument.
how far would you go?
Well,
Like if Iran
Israel,
was giving a WMD
I mean,
to terrorists,
Russia has.
would you be fine with that too?
Why aren't we invading
Exactly.
Russia? Why don't we invade Russia?
Well, we've already signed an agreement with Russia, and
No, but
because we have the
wait, but hold
mutual
on.
assured
If the
destruction
idea is that if somebody
they
has
don't give nukes to terrorists.
because we're just used to it.
No,
Your
they're
logic
not
doesn't apply
actively
evenly, does it?
arming terrorists with nukes, you goofball.
What's that?
They're not actively arming terrorists with nukes, you goofball.
Is Iran actively arming terrorists with nukes?
Yes,
Who?
that is the
Who
plan.
did they give
That
nukes
is
to?
their end goal for
Who did they
us.
give nukes to?
Who would they give it to?
Who did they give nukes to? You know what you're doing because actively means right now, you dumb bitch.
You keep
you keep
framing
going
the
to
argument
you
up.
keep going to a
They need
hypothetical
have it
world.
before we're-
No, I'm
and
living
even
in the
then,
real
even if they
world.
did have
I'm
it,
living
you're
in the
still
real world.
contradicting
Your
people to
entire
actually
argument
admit
relies on a
that we need to
hypothetical
stop
world.
bad people.
Your
Why
entire
are you a
argument relies on a
sympathizer for
hypothetical
evil
world.
people?
By the way, my
And then
mic
you
is
call
way
me a
louder
shitty
than yours.
person.
Nobody can hear you when I'm talking. Your entire argument relies on a hypothetical world that does not exist. I'm living in reality, and I'm using the best available data that we have now, and you keep getting mad at me for not living in your
I'm not
alternate
mad at you.
reality. You're like, how come you won't join me
No,
in
I
this
want the
alternate
best for
reality?
you. I want
Okay,
you to
so
wake
again,
up
I'll ask
from
the
this
question
liberal
one more
mind
time.
virus.
Who has Iran armed with nukes?
No one.
No one.
No one,
Okay,
because
so
they never got
so
the
is that
chance to.
okay?
That's survivorship
So we
bias.
should
Do you
kill
know
them.
what that means?
So we should kill them before they get the chance to do that.
Well, we're not killing
Right?
them. We're killing the military officials. Like, if you notice, Israel's targeting not civilians, but actual people of power.
There were
within
There were
Iran that
60
are
people that
causing
the
this.
first bombing. There were 60 people that died in that. that apartment building, 3 of them were Iranian officials. What were those other 57 doing?
Let me look into that one. 'Cause that's the first I heard about
Who
that
was the
one.
first person killed in the strike? It was a child.
You mean their
It was a
commander?
child. It was a child. The first confirmed death in Iran from the Israeli strikes was a child, a 6-year-old child. Looks like you're buying.
That's news to
It
me,
seems
'cause
like
I
yeah,
didn't see it.
yeah.
Where
Because
is that?
yeah,
Can
because
you
you're
tell me
because you're
what your
oh,
source is for that?
it seems a little bit right now like your sources
Can
are
you
most.
do me a favor and
I would
tell me the
happy.
source for that
I
one?
would be happy to do that after I get this sentence out. It seems like you are just listening to the fear mongers right now.
I'm just thinking it out. I'm looking at the news as you are.
No, we're looking at two different news. Clearly.
Are we? Because I'm
Clearly.
looking at on the ground reporting from both countries. Are you doing that, or are you
Yes.
just looking at whatever
Yes.
mainstream media tells
First
you?
of all, let's not talk about citing mainstream media because earlier when you claimed that Iran had nuclear weapons, your source was
I never
CBS,
claimed they did.
NBC, ABC,
You're lying
Fox
now.
News.
You're
They
lying
all
and
said it.
deceiving your
They
chat.
all said it. They all said it. That was literally your claim. You literally listed off mainstream news organizations as evidence that they had a nuclear weapon.
Dude, you're just lying now. Why are you
Chat, back me
actually
up.
lying?
Did he say that, chat?
Replay it.
I can't.
Replay it.
I can't replay
I never
it.
said they
You
had
can't
nuclear
replay it
weapons.
when
I
you're
said they had
live.
nuclear
You
enrichment
can't.
facilities,
You
which you
can't.
denied.
No, I don't.
Off rip.
No, I didn't deny it. I've confirmed
Off
that.
rip, you denied nuclear enrichment.
I've
You asked for
confirmed that
proof.
like 10 times now. I've confirmed
Yeah,
that they
now
have
you did, because you can't deny it. 'Cause
everybody.
you look dumb.
Yeah, that's what's going on here. Everybody in the chat knows what happened here.
Yeah, I'm sure they did.
Oh, we got to.
Yeah, your chat's saying no, he didn't.
They're talking about
Some of them are saying yes, he did. They should run the replay and go back to the start of the
replay.
call.
The replay's on YouTube. You can watch it later. You can
That'll
watch it
look
later.
great for you. You can even timestamp it for me.
I'm not gonna
go ahead and do that.
Listen,
too,
buddy.
Hunter.
I know your mom makes your lunch, but I'm not
Timestamp
doing.
it
I'm not
and
doing
pin
your
it.
work for you, too. Okay.
That's your job. I'm not running.
My
your
job is to
channel.
do your work for you. I don't give a fuck, man. Like you're a nobody. Why do I care? Everybody here knows what.
Well, I'm
Everybody
somebody
here
to
knows what
you.
happened.
Right now, I'm your biggest friend.
No, I don't like you that much, to be honest.
No, why not?
I think you're a piece of shit.
You think I'm a piece of shit?
Yeah.
So despite the entire assault you've done, trying to character assassinate me,
I'm not character
and how
I just
never
said
really
you're a
did
bitch.
that to you.
I just said you're a
I
bitch.
let you speak. I mean, yeah, you would ask me a question, then as I was answering, you would run.
Are you
out with
gonna
another question.
cry
Like,
about your
"Damn it,
feelings
stop
some more?
listening.
Are we gonna cry
Stop
about
interrupting me."
Are we gonna cry about
Okay,
our feelings some
Uber.
more? We're gonna cry about our feelings some more.
Dude, I'm smiling right now. I'm kind of astonished.
Well, why are you
that
talking
can
about your feelings right
find
now?
out.
I thought we were talking about how Iran only killed generals. Are you telling me that Iran hasn't killed any innocent people, or excuse me, Israel hasn't killed any innocent people?
I'm not saying that there weren't.
That's what you
I'm
said.
just not seeing.
That's what
the
you said.
numbers
You
you're
said they're
saying.
only.
I asked for
you said-
evidence.
I
for
didn't
the
give you any
you're
numbers.
saying.
You said they only are killing generals.
So do you understand that a terrorist playbook is to,
Hold on.
obscure
Wait, just
their-
real quick
their
before
military with
you
civilians, right?
whataboutism out of this. Are you changing it now? Are you changing it that it's not only generals that have been killed? Are you changing your opinion? Have there been innocent?
I'm not. I
have
never
there been
said
civilians
that, no
that were
civilians
killed?
were killed. I'm saying they were targeting strategic targets, unlike Iran.
Yeah, but that's what they said about Palestine too. And now there's hundreds of thousands of dead people. The overwhelming majority of them were not members of Hamas.
I mean, with
but I've been
Palestine,
doing
there's a lot
this.
of
But I've been
significant
doing
issues.
this
Like,
for
why
two.
aren't
But I've been
their
doing this for
brotherhood
2
nations
years.
helping them
I've been
out
doing
at
this
all?
for 2 years, and for the entirety of the time, the people defending Israel said they are not targeting civilians. They are not killing civilians. It's only when Hamas is
that's a
using them
lie.
as human shields. And now like 99.9% of the deaths in Palestine are innocent people who weren't members of Hamas. Sorry, I don't trust Israel. They've already lied to me about this once before. Why would I trust them now?
I mean, if you look at what's going on,
please
it's
answer
very
the question.
easy to tell
Please
that
answer the
they're
question.
They're pretending to dress up as civilians
Please answer the
too.
question. Please
That's
answer.
also their
Please
game
answer
book.
the question. Why would I
Like,
trust?
do you understand?
Please
like,
answer
how
the question.
These
All right,
operations
I
work?
don't give a fuck about you anymore. I'm gonna go.
Are you gonna mute me?
No, I'm just gonna go on with my show. Have a good day, dude.
Good night.
We'll invite anybody a little smarter to come up and debate that next time. And I'll ask the same question. Nobody has evidence that there are nuclear weapons in Iran. And they will dance around that all day long. Is it muted? Oh. They'll dance around it all day long. They'll justify a war. They'll justify us getting our ass dragged into a war. But when it comes time to like proving that there's a nuclear weapon there, never. They never do it. All right, we'll move on with that. Where was that outline? Sec. There we go. All right. Here is Tulsi Gabbard.
Hold on.
Oh, go ahead.
We have someone else that wants to join.
Oh, all right.
And do you remember the frogman guy that has that picture of himself like with the shirt off from way back when?
Yeah.
He just DM'd me again. Let's go. And I said, no means no. And he's like, he wants me to tell you something that I'm not going to tell because that's what he wants. So, tell him to do his own Discord. Oh, frogman, you're so mad. Anyways, but no, there's someone else who's not crying in my DMs right now that wants to come on. So I'm going to bring him on. You see him in the chat.
It's crazy to see the chat. All right, I'll help you one more time. They have nuclear power. They don't have nuclear weapons. I've said that like 20 times. And if you're coming on here to argue this, I need to make clear for the millionth time. I understand that they have enriched uranium. I understand that they have a nuclear program. They do not have a nuclear weapon that we have evidence of. So if you're going to come on here and you're going to argue that Iran has nuclear weapons, I'm just going to ask you for evidence. And the evidence can't be, I saw it on CBS and Fox and NBC and CNN and MSNBC.
Do you want to check messages?
Yeah, I'll read what you have.
All that. Just also want to remind everybody, we've got about 40 minutes or so left of the show. We do have date night with Admir later. Oh, I haven't checked to see if the appeal went through yet on the other one. But yeah, so date night with Admir for later on tonight. If you guys haven't already helped us out with the Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats, this is our job. We do this each day, Monday through Friday, 9:30 to 1. So just like the last guest and the next guest, when he joins the VC, you can DM me on Discord. And I can bring you on and talk in real time. And unless you're Frogman, then I'm not bringing you on Frogman. So there's that.
Asta Sophia says another basement kid yapper. The kid being cooked, grilled, barbecued, and burnt. Chip and NJ enjoyed your show as usual. Thank you very much. And greetings from across the pond. Tim says, look on this. United States wants peace, even if it means killing everyone to get it. That does seem to be. Jen, thank you. Pink said the only throne dump should sit on is the toilet. You know, to spare the people who have to change his diapers. Danielle joined the Dollar Train. Jamar said, I'm calling you a silly bitch because you're acting like a silly little bitch. Amy said, does he know murder and violent crime is higher in red states? Dreamliner says, again, a waste of time with a Charlie Kirk bro. Tanya said, happy Tuesday. Alyssa said, we've been down the weapons of mass destruction road before. Maybe we should tread carefully this time, my guy. And Norma said, well deserved today. Thank you for that. Yeah, I think some people were like too young to live through that the first time. It's literally the same exact people trying to drag us into war with the same exact talking point that didn't turn out to be true last time. All right, is old boy ready?
I sent him the links, so
Justin, you can call me names, bud. This is a grown-up channel. I don't get hysterical when you call me names. You can call me whatever you want. It's fine. I called that guy a little bitch a million times. I'm not offended by words. I don't get frustrated by words.
Let me send you this. You'll laugh. I'm not gonna not love it. You'll laugh at this. I think it's funny when incels are all in my DMs have all these big feelings. But so
your boy's a pussy. Tell him for me. Tell him to do his own Discord. Trump won 2020. Yes, let's go. Let's go. Poor stinky pussy. Bet it smells like my shoe. Trump won 2020. It's official. So suck a dick. Bye. It's cool. I reported your channel for misinformation. Enjoy it. Yeah, they'll probably take you real seriously. Frogman 8240. We're gonna be shut down immediately. Didn't he say that last time?
8420. Yeah, 8420.
I think he said that last time. I'm reporting you.
You know what? Hold on. Let's do this. Where is it? You should put this up on the channel too. Where is it? Well, because we're waiting for the other guy to join the VC. But before he does that, you can put what Frogman, what this alpha male looks like.
Is he saying frog? Yeah. Is he saying Frogman? Is this stolen valor? Isn't Frogman? Isn't that what you call a Navy SEAL? Is he stolen valoring the Navy SEAls right now? That feels
I don't know if it's
feels like stolen valor to me if he's not a Navy SEAL. And
that, or it could have to do something with like Nazis in the frog. So
Pepe could be that. It could also be that he's built like a frog. That could be it.
could be. So, Callie Cam, are you going to join? Because Jay's got a show to do. So I sent you the link to the VC.
Yeah, where are we at, Callie Cam? I'd like to get on with my show if you're not going to join.
All right, I'm just get going. All right.
No. ICE just arrested mayoral candidate and controller. Oh, that guy was a mayoral candidate? The comptroller? Or did they arrest a mayoral candidate too, Jen? You know?
It's the same guy.
Okay, I didn't know he was running for mayor.
Yeah.
What's his name again?
Oh, I don't remember. Let me see if I can. Brad Lander.
That's right. I guess I forgot that he was a mayoral candidate. And he's not joining. Yeah, I don't know. Old boy might not be joining.
Yeah. Callie Cam, if you don't join, I'm just gonna have to kick out all the stuff. So.
All right, I'll get going. Right. Just hop in if he joins again. Let's see. Yeah, here was Tulsi. Prior to being in this administration, I understand Tulsi's not going to speak out. And I understand that maybe she feel like maybe there's a good excuse. Maybe you say like, I can influence this administration, but if I stand against Trump, they'll kick me out. I assume that's going to be her excuse. But before she joined the Trump administration, before she got sold a bill of goods that wasn't true, Tulsi said, and this is back when we liked her, she said, "We do not seek regime change," Trump declares as he escalates his regime change war against Iran. Neocons like Lindsey Graham and John Bolton are cheering. To all who voted for Trump because of his anti-war rhetoric, it's time to realize he lied to you. Stand with me against Trump's Iran war. This is in 2020. Not a lot. Nothing has changed except for that Tulsi is not talking about it. Here was Tulsi in March of this year. Now, remember, this is Trump's administration. This is his director of national intelligence. Here was Tulsi in front of Congress just in March of this year.
The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. The IC continues to monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program.
We have had no confirmation that they have accelerated that or that they've created a nuclear weapon. In fact, they're saying the same thing, that they're a few months away. I feel like if you say something's a few months away for 25 years, you should lose credibility. But if you keep saying it to conservatives, it doesn't matter. They're like, oh, it's fine. It's a few months away, probably. Amy Lynn said, does he know Israel has supported Hamas? Oh, did I read that one? I don't know if I read that. Probably not. Probably doesn't know that Israel propped up Hamas for years. Here is Caitlin Collins on the plane with Donald Trump, asking Donald Trump if he cares that his own intelligence has said that Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon.
I don't believe Iran should be able to have a nuclear weapon, but how close do you personally think that they were to getting one? Because Tulsi Gabbard testified in March that the intelligence community said Iran wasn't building a nuclear weapon.
I don't care what she said. I think they were very close to having it.
I don't care what my own intelligence says. I just believe it. Bibi told me that they have one, so I believe that they have one. Here's Lindsey Graham, who Tulsi eviscerated before and said like he's a neocon. Look, if you want to do the conspiracy theory shit, which I think I'm very open to when it comes to Israel, on them having compromat on people and using them as proxies, Lindsey Graham is like number one. The crazy thing about Lindsey Graham is that we already know what Lindsey Graham's secret is. He really shouldn't have to hide it anymore. I just assume that he knows he won't get reelected if his secret comes out, even though most of us know what it is. Lindsey Graham always shows up to defend literally anything Israel does. And here they are calling out their boy Lindsey Graham again, who's facing. I think he's facing a primary challenger, if I remember correctly, in South Carolina, and a strong candidate from the Democratic side. So he's making sure he's getting that AIPAC bag.
We got a chance now to close the chapter on the largest state sponsor of terrorism in modern history. We got a chance to end the threat to the state of Israel forever by replacing this regime with something better. And I do believe the biggest winner of the Ayatollah leaving would be the Iranian people. So pray for our troops in harm's way. There are risks associated with any operation. They join the military to keep their country safe and to make the world a better place. And taking on...
He's already like saying, yeah, we're going to put American lives at risk for the Iranian people. Again, what is the benefit for the United States? Are any of them ever going to tell us like why we need to be involved in this? We're going to liberate people. We don't liberate shit. We don't liberate anybody. We claim liberation and then we abandon them. And then as soon as we abandon the country that we destabilized, it falls back into the hands of those who were controlling it. I mean, look what happened. How long were we in Afghanistan? 25 years? Like the second we leave, the Taliban just rolls back in. All right.
The Ayatollah.
That's right, Kelly. He posted game on when Israel bombed Iran. It's a game because it's not going to affect him.
It does both. To our friends in Israel, we have your back. We're praying for success. You've tolerated too much too long into the world. You have normalized trying to kill the Jews. When Israel...
Nobody's trying to kill the Jews, for the record. This is what's so sick about all of this, is the way that they co-opt like anti-Semitism when people get upset that they're killing innocent people. It's like, you're killing Palestinians. Like, you hate Jews. Okay. What's up, Jen?
Kelly Cancer. It was my bad. I didn't assign him a certain role to join, but he's there now.
Okay,
so.
Cool. I'll finish this video and I'll hop over there. Thanks.
Israel's attack, nobody says a word about it. If France were attacked, what would the French do? What would we do?
Israel wasn't attacked by Iran. Did you guys watch it? It was Israel attacked Iran. This is crazy. It's like punching somebody in the face and then be like, well, if they attack me, I'm going to punch them in the face. But they didn't attack you. You attacked them. Yeah, but if they did, in a hypothetical world where I didn't attack them, then I would be justified. You can't bomb somebody first and then be like, when they bomb us back, now we're justified.
So the days of expecting Israel to sit on the sidelines and not go to the...
There was no game. The sidelines? What are we talking about? They just started a new game. They went into their house and they're like, we're fighting now. This is crazy even for Lindsey Graham. Like, even for Lindsey Graham, this is insane.
Heart of the beast are over. Take this regime down, make the world a better place. We got a chance now to close.
All right, let's hop over here. Come in here. What's up, Cam?
What's up, dude? How are you?
Good.
So what do you got for me today?
What do I have for you? I don't know you, man. Sorry.
All right. Well, I feel like we jumped in at a bad time here, but because I'm with you on the Iran thing.
Okay.
They don't have nuclear weapons. We know that.
Okay.
And I think that these people who like bleed red, like you said, or bleed blue, don't like bleed American. They're not thinking the American way. So the reason I called her, I've been commenting and fucking around with people the past few days, but I don't know. I think calling people a bitch over the internet is a little ridiculous too.
Why?
Because you wouldn't say it to their face.
Sure, I would.
I honestly don't think you would.
Why do you care? If somebody calls me a bitch in real life, I just laugh. Are you saying that like if I called you a bitch in real life, you would get violent? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not that type of guy. I'd probably ignore you.
Well, then, yeah. So it's fine, right?
I just don't think it's the right thing to do, and I think that's the difference in like our moral ethics too.
I don't care. Are you a Trump supporter?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, I assume when he calls people
like since he started roasting Republicans on the stage,
for
calling out these neocons for sure,
and
then he switched over to the other side, which is really just a uniparty game.
And I assume when he says things that are cruel, that you're the first one to stand up and be like, he wouldn't say that in person, right?
See, but what's that going to do, right? Because, like you said, words are really nothing.
Exactly.
Actions mean a lot.
Exactly. But I was just pointing out that you said it to me. Not like if I call you a silly little bitch, like that's funny. If somebody called me a silly little bitch, I would laugh. I think words are just
Yeah, I
words.
agree, but I think intent has a factor too, and I think that your intent is to try to piss these people off and get under their skin and kind of dodge narratives.
No, it's not my intent. My intent is just to call it out as I see it. I think that last guy was being a silly little bitch. When you come on and you say LA is burning to the ground, you're being a silly little bitch. It's not. Like, nothing's even on fire. That's a crazy thing to say.
Right, because thankfully that we sent people there to protect the city, right?
No, it wasn't.
Are
It wasn't,
those peaceful protests to you?
well, it wasn't on fire before then either, right?
I wouldn't say. Well, I mean, I don't know if you remember the Palisades fires, because Cali Cam, like I'm from Cali.
Yeah, but that had nothing.
Up here in Stocktown, it was burning down, like as a little reference joke to you. But like, and recently, was it burning down? No. But can you drive your car safely through the streets? Sometimes, no.
Yeah, I mean that's the same in every city, but that has nothing to do with like ICE, right? It has nothing to do with why people were protesting.
So 75% of these illegal immigrants rounded up have been criminals, all right? And I mean, that's negating the fact that they're illegal immigrants.
Wait, where are you
to begin
pulling?
with,
Where are you?
alright?
I'm not aware that number is correct. Where did you get that number?
They just released that the other day through, I want to say the DOJ. So if you want to Google that, you can Google that real quick.
When you say the claim was 75% of immigrants or illegal immigrants are criminals?
Correct. Or you can go ahead and chat GPT that one too. I'm pretty sure that will show you the same thing.
All right, I'm looking it up.
What percentage of illegal immigrants arrested under Trump have been criminals or are pending criminal like court?
Let's see. This is from wait, CNN makes you subscribe now? CNN is saying less than 10%.
Yeah, I'm not really. I wouldn't consider them a reputable news source,
All right,
since
so
their main anchor just came out with a book saying he was fucking lying the whole time.
Well, that's not what the book said. You obviously didn't read the book. Trump said, under Trump, U.S. immigration enforcement is targeting the worst. 75% of their arrests are criminal illegal aliens with convictions or pending charges.
Thank you.
Well, careful. Where's the data on that? You're just trusting them?
I mean, are we just not allowed to trust any polls? We could trust polls when they stand for what you believe.
This isn't
when they stand for what other people believe. We can't trust the Department of Justice of the United States now.
Okay. Well, first of all, this isn't a poll, so that's
not a poll, but
okay.
A number. Sorry, a ratio. We can't trust their ratio.
No, listen, brother.
I think these people would know. They were the one putting the cuffs on them, right?
No, what I'm saying is
they're the one with the paperwork.
Yeah. What I'm saying is
Okay.
just like the CNN clip, and it was behind a paywall. So when I saw that CNN reported 10% and I clicked on it, it's because I wanted to see where they were getting that number. It was behind a paywall, so I don't know where they got that number. So no, I don't trust that 10% number. And just like here,
So you use ChatGPT. It's easy. I know you might not be.
Hold on.
Okay.
I did use ChatGPT, and the source.
Okay, what do you got?
And the source for the 75, because ChatGPT gives you a source. The source for the number 75% took me here. And the only evidence that I'm seeing here is just that they said it. And no, I do not trust Homeland Security. I think Kristi Noem has been caught.
Who knows more,
brother? Would you mind?
Who knows more then? What would be a reputable
Would you mind,
source?
sir? Would you mind, sir, that you just let
Okay.
me finish sentences so this doesn't turn into
All right.
chaos like the last one?
That's fine.
I think
I agree.
Kristi Noem has been caught lying multiple times, and I would just like to know where she got that number. But she doesn't. There's no.
You don't think that she is more of a pretty face, just told what to say? So I'm pretty sure that the people telling her what to say would be the actual people that are doing the work.
Sure, but they have no citation here. It doesn't tell me where that number is coming from.
Homeland Security just said that. Homeland Security
Yeah,
released
that's
those
it.
numbers.
But I already know that Homeland Security lies, and I don't have any. It just says 75%. There's no
But
evidence.
then all we have is speculation then.
Well, I didn't bring this up. You did.
Because if I can't trust Homeland Security, then who can I trust? Go trust CNN's 10%?
No, but maybe you made the claim. You did trust them, and you made the claim. So I was just pointing out that I don't agree with your claim. I don't think you have evidence for your claim. That's all I'm saying.
I think Homeland Security is pretty evident.
It's not.
Just like we could trust who is it?
Well, you're choosing to trust somebody. I'm asking for data. That's the difference between the two of us right now. I'm not.
I gave you data, and you didn't like where the data came from.
No, you didn't give me
That's the
data.
problem.
No, you gave me a quote. You didn't give me data. Data would be they would show all of the people that they arrested, and they would show how many of those people were criminals. And it's just a quote. It literally just says 75%.
So then we could go on the news and debate if somebody who is a father or MS-13 gangbanger.
Can I just ask you a question? Can I just ask you a question, like man to man?
Yeah.
Do you think you have evidence for that claim?
Of what?
That 75% are outside of that quote. Do you have any evidence that that number is correct?
Bro, I trust that one.
That's not the question. Please just answer the question I asked.
Do you think there's evidence for it?
I'm asking you.
Well,
if you have,
are they not arresting people? Is that why they're out? Is that why they're out doing these peaceful protests? To your work?
This is not that difficult of a question. I'm asking
Okay,
you.
go ahead.
I'm asking you. You're Cam, right? Your name's Cam?
Yep.
All right.
Jay.
So
nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Cam, do you have any evidence that the number you cited just barely is accurate?
Well, I mean, one, you see people unhappy about arrests, correct?
This is not that hard. Let's try again.
So the arrest, I'll walk you down the path.
try-
You seem like you need a little help.
Well,
so are they making the arrests? Yes or no?
Who?
ICE, right? We see them
Yes.
all over the internet, city to city, making these arrests.
Yes.
Okay, so there's evidence that the arrests are happening. Homeland Security, head of ICE, releases these numbers, and that would be where I can get these numbers. So I think the better question to
They didn't
you
release
is,
numbers, though.
who would be
released
a better source of information then?
literally.
For this?
It's not about the source of information. It's about the lack of information. They're not giving you any information, and this is the problem that we have a little bit in America right now. Is that you guys are choosing to trust? They're lying. They get caught lying all the time. I don't trust them. So in order for me to trust the government, I want them to show me the data. There's no data there. You're just choosing to believe them, and I'm choosing to say I don't trust anybody without data. Doesn't it seem like my stance is more sensible than yours? I'm just saying I won't trust anybody's numbers without data, and you're saying, well, I trust them because they're Homeland Security.
Yeah, aren't they the people in charge of this?
But they are in charge, but I don't trust them.
Okay, then that's just a roundabout circle. You got trust issues.
No. Well, you don't have trust issues with our government?
Oh, I do for sure.
Okay.
Just like your
So
last
why don't
dude
you
said we were justified in going to Iraq. That's crazy.
So then why don't we just agree right now that your government, whether that number is right or wrong, your government, our government, has not provided any evidence that that number is correct. At
So
least
what
that
do you
and I
believe
have
that
seen.
number to be true? So we're
I don't know.
no, 'cause
I didn't
won't
make.
agree with
I
that
didn't make a
because
claim.
I'm gonna go.
I have no idea.
But make a claim. Go ahead.
I have
I
no.
mean, you're obviously negating the claim, so you
No,
would take
I'm
a different.
I'm negating that they have evidence that their claim is correct. I didn't make a claim.
So that's what I'm asking you to do. So if you think
I
that
wouldn't
that
do
number
that.
is incorrect, what do you think that number is more relative to?
I wouldn't do that.
Okay, then where's the data? To your point,
I don't know. They're not giving it to us.
maybe we just need to go a little bit more digging in Homeland Security. Maybe that was just a number given to us based upon the question.
I've went through Homeland Security's website many times. I've looked for this data. I can't find it.
Okay, then can you name a better source of the data?
No.
See, so neither can I. So then we're gonna have to go off what we know
Well, then
instead of just speculating here and thinking that they're wrong because
I didn't say they
they're
were
probably
wrong.
not arresting anybody, which is why these
I
people
didn't
are
say
mad.
any of that. You're making up a straw man to see. The problem we have here is you came up. You said, "What should we talk about?" I said, "I don't know." You made a claim. I said, "Where's your evidence of that claim?" You didn't have any, and you're pretending that we're having a conversation right now where we're disagreeing on what the number is. We're not. I'm disagreeing that your number that you brought up has any evidence behind it. That's all I'm saying. I don't know what the number is.
Okay.
I would love to know,
Well,
but I don't. For some reason, they're not showing us that number.
that's interesting.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, it is. Huh?
So we're gonna have to go with what they tell us then.
Let me
right?
ask you a question. Just if we're going to look
ahead.
at just optically, if we're saying that they're going after violent criminals, right? How come there hasn't been one shootout, violent arrest? How come there
Bro,
no
I
ICE?
know you're from Utah and Arizona. I've spent many of time in Arizona. To act like the cartel is not prevalent there is your head in the sand. And then from where the area
Brother,
I'm in, if
Ace,
you don't think that
brother,
they have a strong hand
brother,
in the crime,
brother,
that is ridiculous.
brother, that wasn't.
So to say that there's no evidence of shootouts is crazy.
Listen, brother, let's try this again. I'm not talking about shootouts in general. I'm talking about ICE raids. When ICE has gone to arrest people, how come if there are all these violent criminals and all these gangs, how come they're just like laying down and letting ICE take them? They're not fighting back against ICE?
Have you seen those dudes?
I haven't seen.
I mean, I don't know if people
ICE?
have ever showed up to your house with shotguns, and if I'm outnumbered 10-1, I don't think I'm going into a shootout. I think we're going to more so into the conversation.
Maybe, but
or if you've ever seen a flashbang and you get flashbanged and your house gets broken into at 2 a.m., 4 a.m., I don't think you're going to be able to fight back.
But maybe, but I've also seen police.
Like, catch you lacking out there on the streets, they're not going to, you know.
Brother. I've also seen the police show up and have shootouts. I've seen the.
I mean,
I've seen the
famous ones, right?
so-
Like your LA bank robbery. But
Okay. There's multiple. There was a shootout I live in Mesa, Arizona. They had a shootout 3 days ago. It was gang related, and they showed up to raid a house for these violent criminals, and they had a shootout. It was SWAT. They had a shootout with SWAT. I'm just saying, none of this optically makes sense. I don't know what the number is. Maybe it's 60% are criminals.
Okay.
Maybe it's 10%. But why is our government not telling us?
So because they're not shooting at the cops when they show up to their house to arrest them, that means that their previous arrest record or whatever pending charges they're going under are not considered violent?
No. And this is why I keep calling you.
I agree.
And this is why I keep calling you guys silly bitches, because it feels like you can't even follow this conversation.
I feel like you're trying to just, and I've seen this. I've seen your show like 2 or 3 days. It clicked on the live.
What do you think my claim is right
interesting.
now? Just repeat what my claim is then, real quick. What do you think my claim is about the number of people who are that are being deported who are violent criminals? What do you think my claim is?
Your words were, if these people are really violent criminals, why haven't we seen them fighting against the cops to be arrested?
No, it's not my claim. My claim is we don't know what percentage of these people are violent criminals. That's my only claim.
75%, we know that from Homeland Security.
We don't know that.
And you're going to say, I don't know that number.
Correct.
Because you could say that shit about all day.
Correct.
And if that's your strongest claim and you don't have any refute against that, then the only number that me and your listeners know is 75% out of 100, which is pretty reputable data from the Homeland Security.
It's not data. It's a quote.
And liberal-leaning ChatGPT.
It's a quote, not data.
I send you the link to her statement. It's just what she said, and there's other fact checks. There's nothing. She provided no data. So in our chat, I sent you her statement. If you want to pull it up.
Got it. So what do we do? I'm just supposed where we're at right now.
I don't know where you,
brother. I don't know why you waited till I started talking to talk. Our difference of opinion here is you trust her. I don't. And I don't think that as American citizens, we should have to trust our government. I think they should provide evidence of what they're doing. Besides, especially when, even at 75%, let's just say it's 75%, they are supposed to get violent criminals and terrorists. So even if it was 75%, which they've provided no evidence for, that still leaves 25% of people who aren't violent criminals. And why is a terrorist hunting group tracking down people who aren't violent criminals?
Because they broke the law, and unfortunately, they fall under that sector. Because I've heard you break down the immigration law, so you know immigration law pretty well. So you would know that those people are not migrants; they're illegal immigrants,
and what is
or illegal aliens under the statute.
And what's the process?
And I think
what's the process to deport them?
See, this is where I think when you have a mass case, I think there's going to be a reputable case made that due process is not necessarily you go sit in front of a judge and debate your case for hours.
They did make a case for that, and the Supreme Court ruled 9-0 against them. So now we're at a situation where your side of the aisle is saying, yeah, there's an argument that they shouldn't get due process, and you guys took that argument to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said, nice try, and then you guys said, we don't fucking care, we're going to do it anyways.
I think the process of, hey, I have you under.
Wait, do you agree or disagree?
You don't have.
Do you agree or disagree with that? Do you agree or disagree that the Supreme Court ruled 9-0 that you have to give people due process?
I did not read their writing, but there is going to be a way around that.
What would be,
as far as from what I've
just
heard?
Constitutionally, what is the way around a Supreme Court ruling?
So no. So so what you'd have to do is reword it differently as far as you see, because What there is here is, and this is where I will admit I'm not a lawyer.
Reword what differently?
Because what is due process? Can you tell me what due process is?
The process that you are due.
And what that means?
It is the process that you are due. In this case, the process is that you go in front of a immigration court, and the country owes you that opportunity.
Okay, and would you not admit that? Okay, so then here's your statistic for you on this. What percentage of people show up to court for that due process?
I don't know.
See, then that's a problem.
What is that? What does this have?
Definitely less than 30%.
Wait, but the Supreme Court.
Because the thing is that you're trying to get these people to follow.
You're not answering my question.
They're not.
Listen, brother. You're doing this dumb dick thing that Republicans do, where what the Supreme Court ruled that you're wrong, and you're still trying to argue semantically that you're right. Well, common sense says I don't care. The question I asked you was, when the Supreme Court rules against you, there is a way to get around a Supreme Court ruling, just based on our Constitution. How would you get around a Supreme Court ruling?
There's no way. That's the supreme law of the land.
Wrong. Congress would have to change the law. It's the Supreme Court's job to interpret the law. So the law, as it is written on the books right now, the Supreme Court interpreted it, and they said 9-0 due process. So if you want to change that, you need to change the law so that Congress, or that the courts, are forced to interpret a new law. But unfortunately, what we have in America, and the reason that we say you guys are fascists, is because instead of doing what the Constitution says, you guys are listening to your leaders who are saying, fuck it, we're just going to do what we want anyways because common sense, and you're going along with it. And that's why we're concerned about the fact that we say you're fascist, you say you're not fascist, but you're doing fascist things while saying we're not fascist.
So okay, so here's your thing. So I'll give you what you're saying about that, and you're totally correct. So, but the thing is our problem is, I think, where you say MAGA. MAGA's problem is when it's AOC doing it or whatever, it's fuck it because it's the other side.
AOC's never deported anybody.
And I think.
Wait, hold on.
No. When AOC says we should ignore a court order,
when did she do that? When did she do that?
Go ahead and look that up.
AOC
she
can't.
told Biden to ignore.
AOC can't ignore a court order.
It is a prominent Democratic politician saying that you should ignore a court order.
What order did she tell Biden to ignore?
You can go ahead and look this up. I definitely know
is this about student loans?
I'm not sure when it was. I just know that this is the case as far as she told Biden to directly ignore a court order. And my thing is that there should be equally outraged, which is why when we play the Democrat-Republican game, I think it's fucking stupid.
Oh, I'm not playing that game. You're the one that's starting to play this game. I haven't been playing this game the whole time. You're the one that just brought up AOC out of nowhere. Seems like you are playing the game and I'm not. You're complaining about a game that you just introduced into this conversation.
I watched your show. I see you do it all the time with them.
I have not. Wait, when have I done that?
I've seen it several days, bro.
All right. Well, you just introduced it into this conversation. I sure didn't.
Okay. So and I think that you're missing, like you do with your guests.
Oh, this is about mifepristone. Yeah, I remember this one. This was about and this is not the Supreme Court. This was a circuit court judge. And ultimately,
there's three branches of government. So you're ignoring a branch of government, and one branch of government is telling you to ignore the other, and it's not the way this.
And she turned out to be right. I understand what you're saying, like on principle, saying to ignore the court. I wouldn't have said that if I were her. I would not advocate ignoring a court order. I would say that she was wrong there, and that what she should have advocated for was waiting for the appellate courts, which ultimately did overrule. So I agree with you that she said that, and we can agree there. I don't think you should ignore court orders. But now we've got a problem. Now, can you, what I just said about AOC, can you say that about Pam Bondi, Donald Trump, Kristi Noem, for them ignoring the Supreme Courts?
Well, I don't think you should ignore the law. I think you should.
I know. Can you say exactly? Can you say exactly what I just said? When I said AOC should not have said ignore the court order, can you say the same thing about Trump? And
there should be no such thing as ignoring a court order. That's not the way this republic is set up.
So everybody should.
And as soon as you start operating outside those lines, you're operating outside the lines.
So everybody should have due process, and we should stop raiding people at court. We should stop arresting people at court. right?
I don't think we should stop raiding and arresting people.
Okay,
So you
who
have
shouldn't-
president
who
as far as
who shouldn't have
so
due
the
process
deporter in
then?
chief, right? You know who
So
I'm
who
referencing
shouldn't?
here. The deporter in
Excuse
chief.
me, I asked you a question.
How did he do? How did he give them due process?
I'm not
though?
interested in playing this both sides game that you just complained about. I'm asking you for
Well,
real.
I'm just saying,
No,
like,
I'm
there's
asking
got to
you
be a
for real.
plan as
I'm
far
asking,
as like
I'm asking
you can't just let them
I'm
stay.
asking
We
you your
can't just
plan.
let people break the laws and
I'm
just
asking,
hey, you're
I'm
good.
asking you for the plan right now. If you'll just chill.
Okay.
What do you think the Trump administration should do? Should they grant due process?
I think it should be expedited.
I agree.
And
Are they
your
doing?
other
Are they
thing here
doing
that
that?
I don't.
Wait, are they doing that?
And your other thing
Wait,
too is
wait,
we
wait,
should be
just
having
brother,
revision
brother.
of this
It feels like
asylum
we're at a place where
because these
we
asylum claims are
brother,
crazy.
we're at a place right now where we agree, and it feels like you're running from it. We both
No,
agree.
no, I'm with you. So yeah, it should be an
Okay.
expedited court process.
So then just side with us. That's all we've been asking. That's all I've been asking for Trump.
No. The main argument that I get, and I've even heard on your show, is that it's the way that they are doing it.
Correct. Without due process. They're doing it without due process.
You just getting put in a van and getting sent back to God knows where.
Yeah, I've got a problem with that.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure
Is
those
that due
people,
is
those
that due
criminals that were
process?
on plane,
Is that due process?
where you just get kicked out, like, hey,
Kidnapped,
bust back.
Yeah, kidnapped from work. Let's talk about specifically. I think we can probably find some agreement here, because I would agree with you that there appears to be some gray area. We didn't know there was gray area, but I would agree that Trump and this administration appear to have found some gray area when it comes to their authority to deport people. However,
okay, so you're very knowledgeable on this. How did Obama do it?
Let me just finish. Stop playing.
It's in cages,
brother,
though, right?
this is
Like, I
what's-
mean, so like,
this is crazy,
is that
brother? You keep,
were we not mad
brother,
though then?
brother. You keep. I was a fucking Republican campaigning for Mitt Romney when that happened, and I was arguing that we shouldn't put kids in cages. Can we stay on right now? Every time we get close to a point, you go whataboutism. Stop playing whataboutism. Let's talk about how to solve
We can go
this
to Mitt
problem
Romney later.
right
That's
now.
Crazy.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, I like Mitt Romney, but let's talk about this problem right now. When people show up to court, when they're trying to either make an asylum claim or they're trying to get their visa renewed, and whether for any fault of their own or no fault of their own, their legal status is in jeopardy. But they had legal status before, and now they're at court trying to figure out legal status. When they show up to court, should we arrest them and deport them rather than go through the process?
No, because
I
that's
agree.
the 30% that are actually following the due process that we talked about earlier.
So let's agree then that Trump administration showing up at court to arrest people who are trying to do the right thing, we should stop doing that, right?
I mean, so hold on though. So like, if you're wanted for murder and you show up for court, and we need to get you on this federal charge, we're not gonna pursue a federal charge. We're just gonna hey, you did something good, even though you off the other guy.
That's not the scenario I just laid out. Listen carefully.
Well, I'm just saying.
I know. Listen carefully. Because listen carefully, please. Because I'm just trying to.
Yeah, I agree. If that's what you're looking for, there's agreement there.
So the criticism. I think my criticism of what the Trump administration is doing is not only fair, but it's based in court rulings. I understand that there's going to be a lot of things that happen during the Trump administration that I'm not going to like that are perfectly constitutional. Like the tax bill they're trying to push through. I think it's stupid, but they're allowed to do it. Elections have consequences. They can write shitty law. That's fine. I don't like the stuff where they are extra constitutional, and I don't like the cruelty just to be cruel. These are people who are showing up to court, who clearly want to follow the law, and they are being kidnapped and ripped, oftentimes away from their family, in front of their family, while they're at court trying to do the right thing. I think that's cruel.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
That is. I'll give you that. But I think you're the one thing that you added into there, which is the asylum. I think the asylum is way overplayed. As far as these people, these people got a handout as far as how to claim asylum, even though they are not asylum seekers. They're seeking a better economy.
Everybody agrees with that.
And
literally nobody disagrees with that.
Okay.
The disagreement between our side and your side politically is, my opinion is, the asylum laws are laws, and we already discussed this. Congress writes the laws. So if we don't like the way that our asylum laws are written, we should rewrite them. But what Trump and this administration are doing is saying, fuck it, we'll just deport people anyways. We're just going to say fuck the asylum laws.
You're right. And
rather than
there's
change
got
them.
to be, you can't say fuck the laws, but there's got to be a middle ground. And
No.
I think your disagreement
What would
goes
the middle
to,
ground be?
like, so what they say, right, like the old school little kid saying, right, if there was a poisoned Skittle in the Skittle bag, would you eat around it or would you throw away the whole fucking bag? So if the system's broken, you can't just like, hey, go in there and pick around the Skittles. Sometimes you got to shut shit down and restart it based upon the laws. Like
That's what I'm advocating for.
I'm with it.
Okay,
and in
but
that,
Trump
some
is-
of these people
Trump's
are going to
doing-
get ripped out of their fucking house.
No, they wouldn't be because it's asylum. You have to
For
change.
sure, bro.
No, you have to change.
Just like if you're
Listen,
an
brother,
American
brother,
citizen
brother,
and you're committing
brother,
violent
brother,
crimes, you're going to
brother,
get ripped out of your
brother,
fucking bed at 2 a.m.
Brother, talking about asylum claims, not violent criminals.
Okay.
So if you don't like the asylum laws, change them.
It should be expedited.
You and I agree.
Correct. But we shouldn't have
hold
been
on,
giving out
but
pamphlets
hold
at the
the
border
fuck
as to how
on, hold
to
on,
do this.
Hold on. I understand that you want to point fingers, and you might not like that. By the way, that's freedom of speech. You don't have to like it, but you're allowed to do that. You're allowed to tell people how to claim asylum. If you don't like the law, change the law. But the Republican stance is we don't like the law, therefore we don't have to follow the law. That's why we call you fascist, because you guys keep choosing to not follow the laws that you don't like. And instead of changing them, you're just saying, fuck it.
So, well, I guess you're one of those guys that doesn't think the border was fucking wide open either.
What is
so
that?
it's like,
Well,
yeah, we do got to follow the laws all the way
explain-
around.
We did.
I don't think so. Otherwise, you wouldn't see such a spike in immigration.
Yes, you would.
No, you wouldn't.
Yes, you would.
So why is it down 98% then, Jay?
Mostly because the stuff that was happening south of our border that was causing people to flee their countries, most of that unrest has been settled. Or the people. Yes. Do you know when did the mass immigration
No,
start?
dude. When there's
Excuse
a
me.
new sheriff in town, when there's a new sheriff in town that's not going to put up with the bullshit, there's less bullshit happening.
That's a cool story, but do you know when the mass immigration started? Do you know when the mass asylum seekers started? What year?
Well, are you talking about like your when they were trying to lead the train of people up the Soros funded train that we had to follow on CNN for a few weeks?
Listen, can we stop with George Soros? Do you know how
that's one of the most evil men on earth?
Why? What did he do?
Are you familiar with his childhood or no?
Yeah, what did he do?
Well, he was a fucking Nazi.
What?
He was a Jew who went against his own people. Who was a Nazi?
George Soros?
100%.
Where are you?
He talks about his childhood.
All right.
You go see these videos from the 80s and 90s.
First of all, George Soros. The main problem I have with George Soros, it doesn't matter. We're not going to get into George Soros. We're not going to get into George Soros. I don't fucking care. It's weird. It's weird that you brought him up. But it started.
It's weird that his money is coming around.
Shut up. It started in 2019 when Trump was president, and it was so bad. And Trump fucked up Venezuela so bad that on his way out the door after he lost,
Trump did. Not Venezuela fucking up their oil as a socialism.
Do you know what happened in Venezuela?
Your leadership change where you had no fucking elections thanks to our CIA.
They did
put in who they wanted.
They did have an election.
Yeah, so did Brazil.
And then Trump didn't like the outcome. And Trump didn't want to recognize the outcome. And we sent private military contractors to go and try and assassinate their president. And they got caught. And then after that happened, Trump was so mad that he didn't like the outcome that he said, we're not buying your oil anymore. And their oil makes up like 80% of their economy. Some insane number like that. And we buy 50% of their oil. And so by us saying we're not buying your oil anymore, we destroyed their entire economy, and people were left jobless, homeless, and foodless. And so they all went north, and they came to America, and Trump let them in. And he wrote an executive order on his way.
He let them in.
Yes, and he wrote an executive order on his way out, giving them temporary protected status, saying because of the unrest in Venezuela, these people should not be accosted and deported. I'm giving them temporary protected status. This idea
There was a key word in there, temporary.
Yes, but then what happens?
Right, just like when we get a visa to go to Mexico, it's like 18 months.
So let's talk about. So then, when you get rid of temporary protected status, then there is a process, right?
Yeah, take your ass to court and go home.
Correct. And this is the place where this current administration is
So
not.
hold on, those people were
no.
Those people were seeking economic
We're almost
asylum.
there.
That's
Shut
the same
the
thing we're
fuck
talking
up.
about.
Shut up. We're almost there. You almost have this point. So then when your temporary protected status is removed, you are due a process. And this administration is choosing to ignore that process and deport people in the middle of that process instead. And that's where we have problems. That's exactly what happened with Abrego Garcia. Abrego Garcia had temporary protected status, and it was removed, and he had either 30 or 60 days to plead his case in court. And instead of giving him those 30 or 60 days, they just grabbed him and removed him, and they deprived him of due process. And then they lied to you right to your face. Kristi Noem lied. Pam Bondi lied. They all said first we gave him due process.
So did the president of El Salvador.
Then they said.
So did Berkel.
Then they said he doesn't deserve due process, and then they brought him back to give him due process on new charges. The problem that I have with with the way that you view the world is you're unwilling to recognize when people lie directly to your face. They lied to you. They told you.
Definitely recognize it.
Okay, well, stop trusting them then, and ask them to follow the law. Just all we're advocating for on our side. All of these protests are just saying that the president doesn't get to ignore the law just because he fucking feels like it. That's what these protests are about. That's why it's no kings. Because the Supreme Court rules against him, he says, I don't fucking care. Courts rule against him, he says, I don't fucking care. He's acting like a king. So we are protesting a president who is just shitting on the Constitution every day and saying, I don't give a fuck. All we want you guys to do is stand with the Constitution. That's it.
Well, then I'm with you. I mean, the law is the law. That's as easy as it is.
All right. So now you've
but just like the immigration law, just like your due process.
So why do you think all the law? So why do you think why do you think everybody's saying that what we're protesting is something else, that we want illegal immigration?
Okay, so who is the number one funder of this?
No, please don't answer with a question.
Why can't
answer.
I?
You can ask questions, just don't answer my question with a question. I'm trying to have a real honest to God conversation with you. I'm not trying to win. I'm just trying to see if we can get
right, because I concede ground.
Right.
I'm not here to just disagree with you. That's nonsense. That's not going to get anybody or your thousands of listeners anywhere.
Okay, so why do you think all of these Republicans are coming out and telling you that what we're really protesting is that we want illegal immigration?
So that the main corporations get cheap labor.
I think it's so that they can justify their lawlessness. Because if they make you think that we are lawless, and that our lawlessness would be worse than your lawlessness, then you won't care about their lawlessness. But we're not being lawless. We are following the Constitution. In fact, we're demanding that you follow the Constitution. And they are breaking the law. And I think that if they told you that, I think if they told you what was really happening, then you wouldn't side with them. But they create this divide to make it seem like you have to choose between two sides who are both lawless. Our side is not.
Where's your data on this as far as we're ripping people out of homes lawlessly? How many of these people are getting deported without due process? You said you're a data guy. What's the numbers on that?
It's impossible to know. We know that there are examples of people who have, but the problem is the Department of Homeland Security isn't giving us any data. So the only things we know, the only times we ever have evidence is when we have a person, we have their name, we find out there's no criminal. Okay. We find out there's no criminal record.
So like your Abrego Garcia, right? Uh-huh. If that was my claim, you think that would be my poster boy if I had plenty of people to choose from?
He's not the thing is like. And I think this is I think this is the.
I think he is the poster boy.
No,
and I think that's the best representative we can send up as far as we're sending back the wrong people.
Well,
look at this MS-13 gang member in his Chicago Bulls hat.
See, you claim,
like, bro, I've been around. I know what this shit means
No,
too.
you don't.
Just like your last dude who is Hispanic, who you tried to call him an illegal immigrant yesterday, bro. These things are very common. Unless you had your head in the sand.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a
nerds.
question?
Yeah.
If somebody is convicted of a crime, does that mean that the next time you accuse them of something, they don't get due process?
Oh, you're afforded due process.
Okay,
each time.
so our argument for Abrego Garcia, and if you've watched my show, you
And
would,
my argument
excuse
is
me,
that's your
excuse me,
poster boy
excuse
for
me,
this.
excuse
That's
me,
embarrassing.
excuse me. If you've watched my show, you can go back and watch it. I have called him a scumbag. I have said he seems like a piece of shit. And that's mostly, by the way, ironically, the reason I think he's a piece of shit is because he beat up his wife. Weirdly, your side seems to focus on some tattoos and very unsubstantiated claims. And I will say that very unsubstantiated claims that he's a member of a gang.
When it comes to
I've read, excuse me,
that's a big red flag for America, too.
excuse me. I have read through his court cases. And do you know what evidence there is that he's in a gang?
I'm pretty sure he was convicted down there in El Salvador for this, or
He
this
wasn't.
is why he seeked asylum in the first
Try
place,
again.
right?
Try again. What's the
Pretty
evidence?
sure that's what his asylum paper
Try
said.
again.
He came over here because he was trying
He
to
was
escape
fleeing.
gang
He
violence.
was fleeing gang violence. Correct.
Correct, because he was also a part of a.
No, there's no evidence he was part of a gang.
Okay.
He was fleeing.
Hey, looks like a duck, walks like a duck, must be a chicken, huh?
And this is why we need due process, because what you're doing right now is you're using optics to convict somebody, and I'm looking at their court case. There's a big difference between what you and I are doing. You are saying, "Oh, if it looks bad, if what they told me was true." By the way, what you just said wasn't true. The thing you just said, you don't have evidence of. And let me tell you the rest of the evidence.
If I got gang tattoos, I'm probably gang affiliated.
And let me tell you the rest of the evidence. The rest of the evidence is that he has tattoos where the first letter of some of his tattoos match up with MS-13. However, if you look at MS-13, why are you laughing?
Because it's hilarious that you're trying to defend this guy.
I'm not defending.
It looks like MS-13.
Hey,
It's just like,
hey,
yeah, bro, it is. I don't know why we would defend this.
This is the problem with you, is that what I'm doing is laying out what the evidence is. I'm not making a judgment. You are. You have decided that a person who wasn't
based upon the evidence.
You got to listen. Okay, just shut the fuck up. You have decided that a person who wasn't convicted of being in a gang is in a gang. I'm just going based off of the evidence and the fact that this person has never been convicted of any gang activity. None. You are using loose evidence from tattoos and a person who testified against him, who the state, the entire state has said that man cannot testify anymore. It was a corrupt cop who got caught being corrupt, who has been caught lying about multiple people and their gang affiliation, and he is no longer acceptable as a witness. So Abrego Garcia, the evidence against him is tattoos and a guy who's proven to lie, and he is not convicted as a gang member. Could he be a gang member? Maybe. But you're the one that's making assumptions, not me. I'm simply following the law that he was not convicted of being in a gang. You guys get super hyped up about shit like this. You're asking me to say it's okay to put somebody in jail for life without a conviction. And you're saying that because I don't think that you should be able to jail somebody for life without a conviction, that I am defending him. No, I am defending the process. I'm defending justice. I'm defending due process. You are saying that we should just have court of public opinion. We should just jail people for life based on...
No, I think the due process is going to play out like I said.
Okay, but it didn't play out, did it? And did he have a life sentence in El Salvador without due process?
Good question.
He did.
Don't give a damn what they're doing down there.
He did, though, right? He did. And he was put in... by the way, it wasn't El Salvador. El Salvador has never charged him with a crime. Did you know that?
No idea. I know he's a criminal here. Like you said, beat the shit out of his wife.
He's not a criminal here. He's not a convicted criminal here. So you have somebody who's not convicted of a crime doing a life sentence in a different country without a conviction, and you're trying to spin this, and this is what your side does. You lie about what my position is. You lie about what our position is. Our position is we have fucking courts. If you're accused of a crime, you are innocent until proven guilty. And you guys are like,
okay, so where's he at right now?
Hold on,
Isn't he in court right now?
Hold on,
due process?
hold on. Hold on, I'll let you get to your part. But 5 minutes ago, you said if it walks like a duck, if it quacks like a duck, then it must be a duck. You are saying that the court of public opinion is enough to convict somebody for life, and I'm saying he gets due process, even though I think he's a piece of shit.
Yeah, same. Go ahead, give him due process.
But your side lies.
I'm saying no. My point was that's your guys' poster.
Your side.
I don't think we have very good representation on the other side.
First of all, your president is literally a convicted felon. So shut the fuck up forever about that. He's literally a convicted felon.
You guys can believe that shit.
A convicted felon who on day one convicted a bunch of other convicted felons who beat the shit out of cops on January 6th. So I don't want to hear shit about.
Process,
I don't want to. Yes, they got due process. They went to court. They went to court.
The Southern District of New York, fucking due process.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if we don't like
they don't believe.
See the problem we have here.
The
problem here is that the problem here. The problem
guilty as shit for rigging the trial and ignoring where he gets his money from. Then we can listen to it. Then those are facts.
And this is the time of the call where I call you a low information bitch. Because what you're doing is you are now saying, I get to ignore the law because I don't like the results of it. If I don't
no,
like,
what happened
if I
was
don't like
you
conviction,
had somebody convicted of a felony that everyone knows was purely political.
Why did the two Trump voters on the jury convict him of all 34 counts?
God knows. Maybe because they're willing to fucking shoot at the man, they'll probably shoot you too.
What?
End up with a little Clinton suicide on your ass.
They didn't shoot at the man, did they? They were just on a jury. See now this is the point where I say this is the point of the conversation where you're exposed as a low information dumb bitch. This is that point. Yeah, you don't. Convictions don't matter. Convictions don't matter if we don't like them. And if we don't like you, then we don't have to convict you. We can send you to prison for life. This is why we say you guys are fascists. This is why I say that you guys are pussy-ass fascists. Every fucking one of you. You're too fucking stupid to do your own research, and so you just go by gut. And you don't give a fuck about the law, and so you have to lie about what we think so that you can go be bitch-ass fascists. You're a bitch. This is why I call you a bitch. You are low information.
You're not going to get me walled up, bro.
I don't care.
So I don't know why you do that.
I don't think it's possible. I don't think you have enough brain cells in your head to get worked up, honestly. Honestly, the amount of stupid shit that you've said in the last 30 minutes to defend a fascist only to end up with, I believe in due process, unless it goes away I don't like, in which case, fuck it.
To defend a fascist.
Yes, he's a fascist. He's ignoring the Constitution. That's what fascism is. What do you think fascism is?
So if he's a fascist, why haven't we seen your impeachment trials?
Because the Republicans are going along with it and they control the House and the Senate.
And how is he a fascist?
Well, do you know what fascism is?
Well,
what is it?
I would like your definition.
No, what's yours? How would you know if somebody's a fascist if you don't know what it is? You watched my show 2 days ago. I walked through
it's when
it.
They can move. Yeah, I watch it. I watched it a few days.
What's a fascist?
Well, I'm going to give you like the dictionary definition. I'm not on the computer, but I would tell you that fascism is when you can move unitarily, as in I can do whatever I want when I want.
Unitarily?
That's not the case.
Yeah, that's not.
Which is why.
Yeah, this is the problem. This is why again I'm going to say
not authoritarian.
You're too low.
This is why I'm saying
three
branches of
you're
government.
Too low information. That's not fascism. That's not fascism, you dumbass. That's not fascism. This is the problem we have in America. We have too many dumb shits who are so fucking confident with no information, which is you. You're very confident that he's not a fascist. You have no idea what fascism is. How the fuck could you even...
Go ahead.
No.
What is fascism and how is he a fascist?
Well, is he do you know what
Come on.
Do you know what it is
Why
or
don't you
not?
get heated?
I'll be happy to tell you. Do you know what fascism is or not? You have any idea?
Fascism, like I said, is when you move as one as a military
That's not
leader,
the
but
de-
we have three
that's not
branches
what
of
that's not
government
what
in this
fascism
republic.
is.
So
That's not what
I don't need
fascism
to
is.
look it up because it's one of those bullshit talking points. I never had to look it up.
let's use your definition. Let's just say that was right. Is Trump ignoring one of the branches of government? Is he able to
No.
to ignore the Supreme Court and do whatever he wants?
So these executive orders are fascist?
No. Stay with me. You just said there's three.
No, I'm just asking.
Three branches of
I mean,
government.
anytime I ask a fucking
executive
question,
orders.
we can't
No,
answer it.
executive orders are not fascist.
Okay, then what is he doing that is fascist?
I'm trying to explain. Shut the fuck up. I'll explain it to you. But by your definition, your definition was there's three branches of government, and that keeps somebody from being fascist. But we both know that Trump is ignoring Supreme Court orders. So if that so by your definition,
so by your Supreme Court orders, and I think that if you did that, you could be pulled up on impeachment charges.
Excuse me? Trump didn't ignore any Supreme Court orders?
Correct.
Okay, the Supreme Court order to bring Abrego Garcia back immediately. Did he do that?
It happened, didn't it?
Do you know what immediately means?
Did it not happen?
Eventually it did, yeah.
I don't know what does immediately mean by law. Probably 24, 48 hours. I don't know.
No,
and if he didn't, what were the repercussions?
Well, let's just talk about the answer, right? The answer to when the Supreme Court ruled 9-0, what did Trump say about the Supreme Court ruling?
Who cares what he said? What did he do? Where is he?
I'm telling you that
he's back here.
Saying something is
he's back here afforded due process.
Okay, gotcha. So did
That's the thing is like you guys get all stirred up by what he says.
No, I'm using
your. Dude says a bunch of shit.
Hey, dude, I'm using your.
And then you guys get your panties in a bundle.
I'm using your wrong definition of fascism to show you.
So how is?
Okay, so let me tell you. Shut up. Shut up. Fascism. If you
how
want,
is he a fascist?
I'm going to explain it to you. You're going to have to be quiet. In order for fascism is something that like you have to compare other fascists. It's not an actual ideology. So it's not like, and most people that say they're fascist aren't. There's only one person that ever said they were fascist that's a fascist, and that's Mussolini, and it was the fasciti. I think that's how you say it. And that's how fascism started. Like that was like the definition. Historically, fascisms, like they fit a mold. And there are two like generally accepted definitions of fascism. You have the 7 tenets or the 13 tenets. I like 7. The 7 tenets, basically, you have to hit 6 out of the 7 to be considered fascist. Okay, so I'm going to go through. I'm going to go through the 7 tenets, and I would like you to. And there's only one rule I'm going to make here, and I need to make this clear because I've done this a million times, and it happens every time. I need you to understand that just being like if I pick the first tenet of fascism. There will be lots of examples of other people who did something similar who are not fascist. To be clear, so that we avoid this argument.
You have to reach 6 out of 7.
Thank you. Great. So the first one is extreme nationalism, emphasizing the supremacy of the nation above all else. Do you believe
What's
Donald?
wrong with that?
Again, it's not that there's any. I tried to help you with this. We're just all we're determining is whether or not Trump fits all 7 of these. Okay.
Okay.
Do you think Trump's America First agenda would be emphasizing the supremacy of the nation above all else?
Yes, as we should.
Okay. Fascist regimes are characterized by a dictatorial leader and centralized autocratic control, often establishing totalitarian one-party states with strong control over society and the economy. Currently, do we have one-party control?
You do, because you guys didn't win shit based upon your
Correct.
ideology.
Great.
No
Great.
swing states, no plan.
And is that
0 plan? Just protect Trump.
And is it fair to say that Donald Trump is the leader? Like what Donald Trump says with the Republican Party goes?
As of late, yes. Do a lot of actual Republicans or what I would call rhinos believe in that? No.
Right.
They're just going along so they can keep their seat.
2 for 2. And by the way, most fascist takeovers, it was mostly apathetic people. It wasn't like even in Hitler's Germany, most Nazis didn't want to like exterminate Jews or even necessarily deport them. They just got in a situation where like they kind of went along with it and they were apathetic. All right, so that's 2 for 2. Militarism. Fascism glorifies the military and sees violence and war as a means to national rejuvenation and strength.
Ooh, Now, this is one where didn't he campaign on no new wars?
Yes, but then he didn't do it, right?
So that makes you wonder how deep that deep state is. So I would tell you, no, he doesn't believe that, and no, he doesn't want that.
So you're
if
saying,
you've listened to him talk for many years, he says, stop the killing. We shouldn't be in wars. He said we shouldn't have gone to Iraq way long ago. He called out Bush when it was unpopular to do so.
Actually, just so you know, he lied about that. He definitely said we should go to Iraq in real time. He just lied later and said that he didn't. But are you saying that you trust his words over his actions in this scenario?
In his book, he wrote
the question I
how
asked
you're
you.
going to
The
have
question,
a
the
masked
question I
man
asked
named
you.
Osama bin Laden,
The question I
bomb some
asked
towers,
you.
and
The
we're going to be
question
going back.
that's made up. That didn't happen.
So-
The
so-
question
so
I'm
no-
asking you.
no, that was in his
Shut
book.
up. No, it wasn't. The
Go ahead.
question I'm asking
Yeah, it
you.
was.
The question I'm asking you. Are you saying that you trust his words over his actions? Because that seems like what you just said. You said, "Yeah, I know his actions are, but what he said was."
You see, because this is where you go into this is
I
an
mean, are you
authoritarian.
gonna ask?
So this
are you
isn't
gonna-
like, hey, we do
Are you
whatever
planning
I
on
say
Are
here.
you planning on answering the question that I've asked
Yeah,
you twice now? Are you saying? I'm just
Okay,
asking what
yes,
you're
but
saying.
the answer to your main one is no. So no, he does not fit number 3.
What question am I asking you right now?
So does he want wars?
No, you dipshit.
Does he
No,
does he
no,
believe in military
you
power?
goddamn dipshit.
You're
Listen,
saying what he
that's not
said
my
versus
question.
what he did.
Good fucking Lord, shut up.
Okay.
Here's the
so,
question.
So has he tried to end the war in
What do you think
Iraq?
shut up
No,
means?
listen.
Shut the
no,
fuck
you
up.
can listen
You
for a
don't
minute.
know the
You
question.
talk the whole
You
fucking
don't know
time.
the question. I'm asking you a question, and you're answering a question that I'm not asking. So shut the fuck up. And here's the question. Are you
Did he try to
saying-
end the
Why
war
are
in
you
Ukraine or
talking?
keep it going?
Are you saying
End the war in Ukraine or
Are
keep it
you
going?
saying that you trust his words over his actions? That's the question I'm asking you right now. I'm asking you your opinion.
When someone when someone has years of a statement and that has gone back 20 or 30 years, I would believe that is one of their core values.
Even if their
So
if their actions don't back it up.
Explain to me how his actions are that. Has he tried to go over to Ukraine to negotiate an end of a war or no? He's tried to keep it going.
Listen, bitch.
Yes, it does.
Listen, you dumb. Listen, you dumb.
You can call people dumb bitch, but is that going to war or is that trying to end the war?
We're not in that war, you stupid, silly bitch. Now let me read it again.
To think that we're not proxies in
exactly.
that war
This is what's
ridiculous.
crazy about going through the 7 tenets of fascism with any fucking MAGA is they get.
When someone disagrees with you, you
we're
get
not
all
talking
mad.
about Ukraine, dipshit. Let me read it again.
We're talking about war,
Listen,
dummy.
you dumb motherfucker.
We could call each other names or we could talk.
Yes,
but if you want to go on and call each other names, I could do that too.
I'm
It's
trying-
not a sign of strength.
I'm trying to
It's a
talk.
sign of weakness.
I'm trying to talk, but you aren't on subject. So let me read it again. Militarism. Fascism glorifies the military and sees violence and war as means to national rejuvenation and strength. So when Donald Trump says peace through
strength.
Thank you. Is that not by definition seeing violence and war as a means to national rejuvenation and strength?
National rejuvenation. No, national rejuvenation would be bring manufacturing jobs back to America.
No,
that's national
no, it
rejuvenation.
wouldn't. That's not what national rejuvenation
He has
is.
not said, "Hey, let's go fucking bomb people so Raytheon and these guys like Biden's boys could go make money."
Biden boys.
No, that's not what happened.
We just had a military parade sponsored by Palantir, and who was the other one? We literally had military contractors sponsoring a parade while he stood up in front of people and started threatening Iranians and said, "We will come at you like hell. It will be hell." We both agree on this. We're going to move to the next one. This is crazy.
Okay, you could give it an agreement.
You don't think that he glorifies the military? He just held a parade.
I mean, we are the strongest military in the world.
Okay,
so.
all right, so we agree. All right, suppression of opposition, fascist regimes, and don't play whataboutism here, please, because we don't have time for that. Fascist regimes forcibly suppress dissent and opposition, including political opponents, minorities, and dissidents.
Yeah, not a fan of how he tries to censor Thomas Massey and some of those guys.
Okay, 4 for 4. Belief in natural social hierarchy.
3 for 4.
That's 4 for 4. Fascism promotes a belief in a natural
Still got a
social.
chance to get sick.
Fascism promotes a belief in a natural social hierarchy where individuals' interests are subordinate to the perceived interests of the nation or race.
Wrong.
You don't think individual interests are subordinate to the interests of the nation?
No. That's why this is a republic. This is why 99% can't outrule 1%.
I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand what it's saying here. Do you want me to read?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so individuals' interests. So, for example, if I wanted, if I wanted to be, if I wanted to have open borders, let's say that, right? My personal interests are subordinate to the interests of the nation, where it would not be in the interest of the nation to have open borders, even though that gives people more freedom, right? That would give everybody coming across the border more freedom. But there's this perceived interest in the nation that, like, that's not part of the nation's interests.
I mean, isn't that common sense?
I mean, America first.
If something was bad for the
Yes,
country
listen,
and he
listen,
doesn't want it, he's a fascist.
Again, I'm not asking you whether or not you think it's good or bad.
Okay.
I'm
So
asking you
if you want fentanyl to come over here in the masses,
See, you're
but
doing,
it's not good for us in the nation.
See, you're doing
like,
it again.
No,
Do you see how you're doing
okay,
it again?
Use another example. Then,
I'm not
please.
asking your opinion. I'm asking you. The idea of America first is basically saying that the strength or the sovereignty of the nation is above the interests of the individual, right? And so sometimes,
you have rights.
But sometimes your rights can be stifled in favor of what's in the interests of the nation, right? So
See, this is why I give you this, because no, you shouldn't be deported for saying something bad against Israel.
Examples of this,
but at the same time, you have free speech. So no, our citizens have free speech.
Examples of this.
I own guns.
Examples of this might be that we have the freedom of speech, we have the freedom to peacefully assemble, and yet regularly our government does things like we'll set curfews or we'll remove.
Here's your best example for why no.
Excuse me.
Well, why can't I answer your question?
Because that's the middle of my sentence and I didn't ask you a question. Those are the two main reasons. So examples of that might be the government suppressing free speech because they think that free speech will incite a riot, like we saw in all the No Kings protests across the country, where cities had curfews and they used the police to funnel people, even though we have the right to protest and we have the right to speech, right?
So wouldn't it be better for a government if the people don't own guns, but we all own guns?
We are not.
This is about the interest of the individual to become a republic. Your God-given rights. So no, I disagree with you on your tenet. You can explain this tenet as long as you want, but no, I disagree with you.
Brother, we are not arguing. Brother, we are not arguing on
4 for 6.
Brother, we're not arguing on what you think the best thing to do. We're arguing on whether or not this happens. You're saying that I agree with that.
No.
Okay.
Okay, so my answer is no. You're asking me yes or no on the tenets. My answer is no.
Do you have the freedom of speech and the freedom of assembly?
For sure.
In the Constitution, is there a limit of time when you're allowed to have free speech?
No.
Okay, so if the government steps in to limit your free speech and your freedom to assembly,
like they did on Facebook when you were talking about COVID vaccines and stuff like that.
That wasn't the government, but let's pretend it was.
That's crazy. Okay.
You are one of the most difficult human beings to have a conversation with. It's
Did
crazy.
you not read the Twitter files?
This
or
is
what?
crazy.
Did that one just go tweet right over your head? Or what?
Can you stay on subject, please?
Well, no, it is the same subject.
It's not the same
subject.
So
yeah, that's an example of fascism or one of your tenets. But no, I can't give you one of those tenets under Trump.
Do you remember?
So no, 4 for 6.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Let's try this again. Do you have the right to assemble?
Yeah. Didn't you guys go do that and fucking burn down the cars?
Is there a time limit from when you're allowed to assemble?
Not to my understanding.
Okay, so if the government enforces a time limit of when you're assembling,
so because the mayor of LA, Karen Bass, sets a time limit, now Trump's a fascist.
No. See, we've already lost the plot here. Remember what I said.
Well, no, didn't somebody just do what you just said, who I named, and then you're trying to pin this on Trump being a fascist?
Remember.
So once again, no, that's 4 for 6, bro. We can keep going on the 7.
Remember when we started? Remember when we started this conversation? I said specifically that it needed to be all of them. And the fact that Karen Bass did it is not evidence that Trump didn't. And it's not evidence that other people don't do this. Again,
Correct.
I'm asking you to
You can
be...
keep going on this
All right.
tenet, but no, I don't agree that this is the case in this tenet.
Well,
So, like I
how
said,
is it not?
4 for 6.
What's the tenet?
The tenet is can he limit your rights pretty much? Does
No,
the,
try
does the,
no, try
does
again,
the,
no,
does
try
the,
again, no,
does
try
the-
again,
does
no,
the
try
soul of the
again, no,
nation
try again,
outweigh
no,
the
try
soul
again,
of the
try again,
individual?
try again.
No, the
Try again.
individual has
Try
just as
again.
much say
Try
because this
again.
is a republic.
Try again. Try again. That's not even close to what I said. See, the problem that you have is you're too hysterical to have a conversation. Like, you have no idea.
No one is hysterical.
You don't know what the claim is. You have no idea what the claim is.
I
And
just told you back. You're
that was
saying
incorrect.
that the nation,
No,
the
that was
nation's
incorrect.
needs
No,
supersedes
God
the individual's
damn.
needs.
Brother, when I say no, shut the fuck up. No, that's not what I said. Let me read it again for you. You want me to read it?
Okay.
Fascist
Go ahead, I'll
regimes
tell you no again.
exercise strong control and regulation over society and the economy to achieve national goals.
Yeah, no, this is a free market capitalist society. So,
It's
no,
not. We're not in a free market capitalist society.
that's crazy. I do pretty well.
What?
Which is why I can kick. I said that's crazy. I do pretty well in the free market. So,
We don't have a free market.
how would you say we don't have a
Because
free
we have
market?
because we have monopolies. Monopolies don't exist in a free market.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. It was
Oh,
a
no,
stupid
hold
thing.
on.
All right,
Sorry,
so that's
talking to my
6.
wife.
That's 6 for 6.
No,
All right,
we
now
do-
cult
no,
of
bro,
personality.
I'm not responding to you.
Cult
Hold
of
on.
personality. I don't have time for you. Have a good day, sir. All right, I'm done with that. All right, we'll go to cult of personality now. Fascist leaders often cultivate a cult of personality, positioning themselves as infallible and embodying the will of the people. What I say goes. This is every time we try and go through the 7 tenets of fascism, no matter how many times we try and preface it that, like, don't do whataboutism. It doesn't matter if there's other examples of this. No matter what, after like the 3rd one, they all freak the fuck out. And then they start doing whataboutism, which is exactly what we saw here. They do it every fucking time. It's 6 for 6. Just so we read them again, it's 6 for 6. Extreme nationalism, authoritarianism, totalitarianism, militarism, suppression of opposition, belief in a natural social hierarchy, strong regimentation of society and the economy, and cult of personality. There's never been a president in the history of my life that has done more to silence speech and attempt to be a fascist. We just will never convince fascists that they're not fascist. It's like trying to convince dumb people that they're not dumb. You have any last words there, Cam?
No, I mean 4 for 6.
All right, brother. Have a good day. Appreciate you. Jen?
Yeah. Let me just do something to, yeah, went over. So date night, that mirror, the appeal didn't get approved. So you have to be on your backup.
Jesus. Like every fucking time. All right, let me read some comments. Jamie said, for a new bottle of Tylenol. Jackie said, for these loser magas, wear me the fuck out. Now, please listen to RTP Open Your Minds. I wish we could have real conversations. And this is why, like, it is a cult. Is because anytime we get close to you guys admitting that Donald Trump's doing something wrong, you panic and then you start doing whataboutism, which was fine. Like the one time he had an example, I criticized AOC. We have to be able to do that. And I don't know why MAGA is incapable of criticizing Donald Trump. It's pretty fucking wild. Even in this conversation, he admitted that they were not following due process. And then like 5 minutes later, he's like, no, I changed my mind. I'm back to it. Jen, did you send some while I was probably missing?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you went down YouTube, but there was, I'm trying to see if there's
I'm gonna read them.
There's a couple of you did the Dollar Tree. Did you read G-Mars?
I got this. Thanks, Jay, for always trying to educate the uneducated. That was from Mary. El Dizzle said for the gift goal and hopefully a green treat later. That's coming. Jody, thank you for the heart. Streamliner said, nope, these people can't go after black people anymore, so they turned on brown people. It's not all about fascism per se. It's racism. Fair enough. Marlene said, I thought yesterday's guest was bad. Sheesh. I'm going to get a text from my mom about this one. Benny said Homeland Security essentially said 75% and need to back it up. It would be like me saying 75% of all people are potatoes. Anyone could just say whatever. Yeah. All right. Did I miss any other ones?
Melissa joined the Dollar Train. Thanks, Melissa. I just got that one. I'm trying to see if there's any other Venmos. You read Pink's, I think. Did you see Norma and Alyssa's?
You said
Norma said well deserved today.
Did you send those to me? I may
I
have
did.
missed them. Oh, I think I
was
read
above.
that. Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
After shirtless.
Yep, exactly.
All right. I do think we wiped out most of that gift goal. Sorry, I wasn't keeping track. We don't know the number. This is what's crazy. Like this is bizarre by the Republicans. Your person just makes up a number, and then we're like, they didn't give any evidence, and you're like, fine, what's the number? We're like, we don't know. Just like they don't know, but we're not claiming a number.
Some people posted in the general chat, like I guess from Grok. I can send it so you can see it. That a breakdown of the numbers.
You put it in the chat.
I'm grabbing it now. But there was our Discord is feral. It's. I mean, I enjoy it, but it's feral. Yesterday there was lots of dongs. Today there's Skittles. So there's this. Those are the numbers that Grok came out with, and then there was a chart that they pulled, and then there's somebody from ICE came through.
Oh, being accused. Oh, it's accused criminals? Okay. So based on the data from the first 100 days of Trump's second term, ICE arrested 66,000-ish immigrants, with 75% being accused or convicted. Let's see how that breaks down. And these are accusations or convicted, so I don't see any breakdown of accusation versus conviction, but assaults were 19%, DWI was 12%, weapon offenses were 3%, sex offenses were 2.7%, murder was 1%, gang-related was 4.6%, and 56%. And this is of the people that were accused of a crime. Yeah, so we don't know. I don't know how many of those are accused versus convicted. That's a weird number to put out, though, right? Like,
It's just
you know that
it's
number
oddly specific, but it doesn't make.
You know the number's low of how many people were convicted when they include the accused. You don't ever include accused.
I find it really ironic. The same people who argue that Trump isn't a convicted felon, but like Abreu Garcia, who was never was convicted of anything.
Yeah.
It's wild. Anyways, so Courtney messaged me, and I forgot about this. So, that her husband drove to work at JB Andrews, I think it's an Air Force base on the East Coast, and saw Trump playing golf on base while where press won't see him. He left the G7 to play golf.
He's out golfing today? Oh, good.
Yeah.
They're probably happy about that at the G7. They didn't want him around anyways. All right, we'll be back tonight, 5:45. Is that right, Pacific?
Yeah, 5:45 Pacific.
All right. For anybody who didn't get to debate today, just get on TikTok. Find us at 5:45 tonight on Abner's Live. We'll be there for a few hours. You're welcome to come up. Other than that, you can catch the replay on YouTube here. Make sure you follow us on Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, Twitter. How long is my ban for? Is it 7 days?
Probably.
Okay.
I don't know if I screenshot it. Yeah, it's for a while.
And
Wait, hold on. I can look. Let's see.
Hey, will you ban
June
Justin?
24th.
Let's ban Justin Poole too, just because he said ban me and he's spamming it. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. We'll be back. We'll see you tonight, and then if we don't see you tonight, we'll see you tomorrow morning, and every weekday morning, 9:30 a.m. to 1 Pacific Standard Time, right here. Quick reminder: I don't think I announced it yet. I won't be here on Friday. Friendly Friday is canceled this week. I will be out of town, and then I'll be back on Monday. Until we see you tonight or tomorrow morning, take care of yourself, stay cute and cool, and have a great summer.